Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Truth Behind the Daily Prophet Headlines. Oh, a new visitor from the woods. Welcome. Are you a lost wanderer, tired from a long journey? Then join me, sit beside the fireplace, and let me tell you some stories that may soothe your mood as you regain your strength. You all set? Good. Let's start the story with the complex relationship between truth and news in the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet, its name alone, evokes images of owls swooping through morning windows, delivering rolled parchment that unfurls to reveal moving photographs and headlines that sometimes shout their importance across breakfast tables throughout wizarding Britain. But behind those animated images and bold typefaces lies a complicated history of reporting that has shaped public opinion through decades of peace and conflict. Imagine yourself walking through Diagon Alley on an ordinary morning, the scent of fresh ink and parchment wafting from the newspaper stands. The headlines call to passers-by, promising the latest developments in cauldron thickness regulations or the newest racing broom specifications. Yet those same presses that dutifully report on mundane matters have, at critical moments in wizarding history, served as powerful tools for both enlightenment and deception. The Daily Prophet began as a modest publication in 1743, founded by Barnabas Cuffe's ancestor, Dorimida Cuffe, who believed in the importance of connecting the widespread wizarding communities throughout Britain. In those early years, the newspaper primarily focused on practical matters, announcements of new spell discoveries, advertisements for potion ingredients, and reports on the activities of the then newly formed Ministry of Magic. The distance between magical communities necessitated such a publication, as owls could only travel so quickly with personal correspondence. As centuries passed, the Prophet evolved alongside wizarding society, gradually expanding its scope to include international news, sports coverage with the rising popularity of Quidditch, and lifestyle sections featuring everything from gardening tips for magical plants to reviews of the latest wizarding wireless programs. The publication became a fixture in wizarding households, its authority rarely questioned in times of peace, but it was during periods of conflict that the true nature of the Prophet's relationship with truth became most apparent. Consider how reporting shifted during the First Wizarding War against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Initially, the newspaper downplayed the disappearances and strange occurrences, perhaps out of a genuine desire not to cause panic, or perhaps due to subtle pressure from ministry officials who wished to maintain an appearance of control. The tension between reporting facts and maintaining public morale created ethical dilemmas for journalists. Should they report on every Death Eater attack, potentially spreading terror but keeping citizens informed and vigilant? Or should they minimize coverage of such incidents to prevent widespread panic? These questions had no simple answers, and different editors made different choices throughout the war. When Voldemort fell after his encounter with baby Harry Potter, the Prophet's reporting swung dramatically, filled with celebratory stories and detailed accounts of Death Eater trials. The newspaper that had once been cautious in its coverage now boldly named names and published photographs of those accused of supporting the Dark Lord. In the aftermath of terror, there was safety and clarity about who had stood on which side. The years of peace that followed saw the Prophet return to more mundane matters, though always with an eye toward maintaining the status quo that benefited its owners and the ministry. This comfortable relationship between press and government would later prove problematic when signs pointed to Voldemort's return. Let us pause by the fire and consider the Prophet's most controversial period, the year following the Triwizard Tournament, when Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore insisted that Lord Voldemort had returned. The Ministry, under Cornelius Fudge, refused to acknowledge this truth, and the Prophet became a willing instrument in discrediting those who spoke out. The pages that had once celebrated Harry as the boy who lived now painted him as attention-seeking and mentally unstable. Headlines questioned Dumbledore's fitness to continue as Hogwarts headmaster. Articles by Rita Skeeter twisted facts and invented details, all serving the Ministry's narrative that no dark threat loomed on the horizon. Consider how those misleading stories shaped public perception. Parents worried about their children at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's care. Citizens looking askance at Harry Potter rather than preparing for the conflict to come. During this time, ownership of the Prophet became particularly relevant. Though the newspaper had always been privately owned, its leadership maintained close ties with the Ministry of Magic, receiving both official statements and unofficial pressure about how to frame stories. Financial considerations also played a role. Controversial reporting that challenged ministry positions could result in loss of advertising revenue or even regulatory difficulties. Few readers at the time realized how completely their primary news source had been compromised. Those who suspected the truth turned to alternative publications like The Quibbler, which, despite its reputation for outlandish theories about crumple-horned snorkax, provided one of the few outlets willing to publish Harry Potter's actual account of Voldemort's return. When the Ministry could no longer deny Voldemort's resurrection after the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, the Prophet's reporting changed overnight. Without acknowledging its previous stance, the newspaper began publishing safety guides and warnings about Death Eater activity. The same publication that had called Harry Potter a liar now referred to him as the Chosen One, and speculated about his role in defeating the Dark Lord. This sudden reversal demonstrated how thoroughly the Prophet prioritized alignment with power over journalistic integrity. The same editors who had approved smear campaigns against Harry and Dumbledore now positioned the newspaper as a crucial source of information during dangerous times, never addressing their role in leaving the wizarding public unprepared for the conflict. The darkest period in the Prophet's history came after the Ministry fell to Voldemort's control. The newspaper became a propaganda tool for the Death Eater regime, publishing the Muggle-born Register and supporting policies that enabled the persecution of witches and wizards born to non-magical parents. Headlines demonized wand thieves and celebrated the new vision for wizarding society under Minister Pius Thickness, who we now know was operating under the Imperious Curse. During this time, brave journalists within the Prophet attempted to maintain some semblance of truth in their reporting, using careful wording and subtle implications to warn readers about what was really happening. These small acts of resistance came at great personal risk, as any perceived disloyalty to the regime could result in interrogation, or worse. When the Second Wizarding War ended with Voldemort's defeat, the Prophet faced a crisis of credibility. How could a publication that had been so thoroughly compromised regain the trust of its readers? The post-war years saw significant changes in leadership and editorial policy, with new transparency measures and a commitment to more independent reporting. The warmth from our fire seems to intensify as we consider how this history reflects broader questions about truth, power, and responsibility. The Prophet's story reminds us that no institution is immune to corruption when pressure is applied, whether through political influence, financial incentives, or outright coercion. In the modern era, the Prophet operates in a more diverse media landscape. Publications like The Quibbler continue to offer alternative perspectives, while new magical news sources have emerged, including wireless programs and specialized journals. This competition has arguably improved the Prophet's reporting standards, as readers now have options if they feel the newspaper is not providing accurate information. The relationship between the Prophet and the Ministry remains complex. While the newspaper maintains greater independence than during the Fudge and Thickness years, it still relies on Ministry sources for much of its reporting on government affairs. journalists must navigate the tension between maintaining access to officials and critically examining their statements and policies. Perhaps most importantly, the wizarding public has become more discerning in its media consumption, less willing to accept headlines at face value after experiencing how thoroughly they can be manipulated. When the prophet publishes a major story now, readers often seek confirmation from multiple sources before forming opinions, a healthy skepticism born from hard lessons about the malleability of truth in print. As our evening draws to a close and the firelight dims, consider this: in a world where photographs move and ink can change to reflect new developments, what responsibility do we have as readers to look beyond the animated surface to the deeper truths beneath? When headlines shout for our attention, what quiet voices might we be missing? And in your own life, what daily prophets do you consult to make sense of the world, and how might they be shaping your understanding in ways you've yet to examine? Chapter 2. The History of Diagon Alley. Cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps seem to whisper their secrets as we turn our attention to one of the wizarding world's most beloved locations. Tonight, we shall wander through time along a winding street where magic has flourished since medieval days, where countless young witches and wizards have purchased their first wands, and where the heart of magical commerce in Britain continues to beat steadily through peace and turmoil alike. Diagon Alley exists in a curious space between worlds, hidden from Muggle London yet intimately connected to it, accessible through a pub that most non-magical eyes simply slide past without noticing. This unique positioning reflects the delicate balance wizarding society has maintained with the non-magical world throughout its long history. The origins of Diagon Alley date back to the early 1200s, when the International Statute of Secrecy was still centuries away from implementation. In those days, witches and wizards lived more openly among Muggles, though they often faced persecution from those who feared their abilities. A group of magical merchants, seeking both community and protection, established a small marketplace on what was then the outskirts of medieval London. The name Diagon Alley itself carries historical significance. Some wizarding historians believe it to be a playful linguistic transformation of diagonally, referring to how the street cuts across what would later become the rigid grid of Muggle London's urban planning. Others suggest it derives from an ancient spell used to create hidden spaces, dia being an old magical prefix denoting separation or division, and gon referring to angles and corners where realities might fold into one another. In its earliest incarnation, Diagon Alley consisted of just a handful of shops selling potion ingredients, magical tools, and simple enchanted objects. Gringotts had not yet been established. Instead, a consortium of goblin metalworkers operated a small exchange where wizards could trade Muggle currency for the early versions of galleons, which were handcrafted rather than minted in the standardized form we know today. As tensions between magical and non-magical communities increased throughout the Middle Ages, Diagon Alley gradually developed sophisticated concealment charms. By the 1400s, the entrance had already taken on its characteristic hidden nature, though the leaky cauldron as we know it would not be constructed until the late 1500s. Before that, a series of different establishments served as gatekeepers, each known only to the magical community through word of mouth and subtle magical markers. The early 16th century saw a significant expansion of Diagon Alley, coinciding with a period of relative tolerance under certain Tudor monarchs who employed court wizards as advisors and healers. During this time, several of the alley's longest operating businesses were established, including the apothecary that still displays those dried chimera eggs that fascinate young shoppers today. It was during the 1600s that Diagon Alley began to take on more of its current character. Gringotts Bank was constructed in 1674 by a coalition of goblin clans seeking to centralize their gold-keeping operations. The imposing white marble building transformed the alley's landscape and economics, providing a secure financial foundation that attracted even more magical businesses to the area. Picture yourself walking through Diagon Alley in the late 17th century. Just before the implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692, the cobblestone street would already feel familiar, though narrower than it is today. Many shops operated out of the ground floors of the proprietors' homes, with families living above their businesses. The air would be thick with the mingled scents of potion ingredients, fresh parchment, and the smoke from early experimental versions of self-heating cauldrons. The passage of the Statute of Secrecy marked a pivotal moment in Diagon Alley's development. Suddenly, the need for secrecy became not just a matter of personal safety, but a legal requirement. The Ministry of Magic, which had established its headquarters nearby, though not in its current location, worked with shop owners to enhance the alley's concealment charms. The entrance through the leaky cauldron was formalized, with the brick wall pattern established as the official gateway. This period also saw the creation of Nocturne Alley as a separate entity. Before the statute, shops dealing in more questionable magical items had been interspersed throughout Diagon Alley. Ministry regulations forced these businesses to relocate to what became a darker, twisted offshoot of the main street, a physical manifestation of the growing division between ministry-approved and unregulated magic. The 18th century brought a golden age of expansion to Diagon Alley. Flourish and Blotz opened its doors in 1751, though it was originally called simply Flourishes and specialized in magical texts imported from continental Europe. The Magical Menagerie was established around the same time, initially focusing on owls for messenger services before expanding to include other magical creatures. Ollivanders, of course, predates all of these establishments, having been in business since 382 BC, though not always at its current Diagon Alley location. The wandmaker's shop moved to the alley in the early 1500s, recognizing the growing importance of this magical hub. As you listen to the gentle crackling of our fire, imagine the soundscape of Diagon Alley through the centuries, the calls of merchants hawking their wares, the hooting of owls from the emporium, the chatter of excited students purchasing their first school supplies, the metallic clink of Gringotts coins changing hands, and the occasional bang or pop from experimental magic, gone slightly awry. The 19th century saw further refinement of Diagon Alley's character, with the establishment of Madame Maupin's robes for all occasions, and the ice cream parlor that would later be run by Florian Fortescue. This was also when the alley began to develop its distinctive architectural style, with buildings that seemed to defy both gravity and Muggle sensibilities, leaning at impossible angles, featuring windows of improbable shapes, and sometimes appearing larger on the inside than their exteriors would suggest. The relationship between Diagon Alley and Muggle London grew more complex as the city expanded around the hidden magical street. The charms protecting the alley had to be continually reinforced and updated as new Muggle buildings pressed closer. There are stories of curious incidents in the late Victorian era, when the boundaries between the magical and non-magical worlds briefly thinned, resulting in Muggles occasionally glimpsing strange lights or hearing unusual sounds emanating from what appeared to be solid walls. Quality Quidditch Supplies opened its doors in 1872, reflecting the growing standardization and commercialization of the sport. Before this dedicated shop, Quidditch equipment had been sold at general sporting goods stores, alongside equipment for other magical games. The opening of this specialized shop coincided with the formation of many of Britain's professional Quidditch teams and helped fuel the sport's rising popularity. The early 20th century brought new challenges to Diagon Alley. The two Muggle World Wars created shortages of certain magical ingredients and materials, as international magical trade routes were disrupted alongside their Muggle counterparts. During these periods, the alley took on a more subdued atmosphere, with rationing affecting even magical supplies. It was during the First Wizarding War against Voldemort in the 1970s that Diagon Alley first experienced the fear that would return decades later. Shop windows were boarded up, businesses closed early, and witches and wizards hurried through their shopping, rather than lingering to socialize. Security measures increased, with ministry personnel patrolling regularly, and shopkeepers developing specialized protective charms. After Voldemort's first defeat, Diagon Alley blossomed once more. The 1980s and early 1990s saw a period of prosperity and expansion. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes would not open until after Voldemort's return, but other new businesses established themselves during this peaceful interlude, including several fashionable robe shops and cafes catering to the young witches and wizards, who once again felt safe gathering in public. When Voldemort returned to power during the Second Wizarding War, Diagon Alley suffered greatly. Many shops were abandoned, their windows shattered or covered with posters of wanted wizards. Ollivander himself was kidnapped from his shop, which stood empty as a chilling reminder of the dark forces at work. The once bright and bustling street became a shadow of itself, with only places like Weasley's Wizard Wheezes providing brief flashes of color and hope in the growing darkness. The war's end brought renewed vitality to the ancient street. Damaged buildings were repaired, new shops opened, and the sound of laughter returned to the alley. In the years following the Battle of Hogwarts, Diagon Alley underwent something of a renaissance, blending traditional establishments with innovative new businesses, reflecting the forward-thinking spirit of the post-war generation. Today's Diagon Alley maintains its character as a place where past and present coexist comfortably. Centuries-old shops stand alongside newer establishments, some run by survivors of the war who chose to build something positive from their experiences. The street continues to serve as many young witches and wizards' first real introduction to the magical world beyond their homes, a place of wonder where the possibilities of magic unfold before their eyes. As we conclude our journey through the history of this remarkable place, the firelight casts long shadows on the wall, not unlike those that stretch across Diagon Alley's cobblestones as evening approaches and the shops prepare to close for the night. Consider, as you drift toward dreams, how places shape our experiences and memories. How might your own life's path have been different if you had wandered down a different alley, or if certain doorways had remained closed rather than mysteriously opening before you? Chapter 3. The helpful nature of the Fat Friar. Silver moonlight streams through ancient leaded windows, catching the translucent form of a jovial figure who drifts through the stone corridors of Hogwarts. His robes flow around his substantial form, and a warm smile graces his face as he pauses to assist a lost first-year student. Tonight, we turn our attention to the kindest of Hogwarts' resident ghosts, the Fat Friar, whose centuries of gentle guidance have made him beloved by students of all houses, though he maintains a special affection for those sorted into Hufflepuff. Unlike the more dramatic or melancholy tales of Hogwarts' other ghosts, the Fat Friar's story is one of quiet compassion that has continued long past his mortal lifetime. His presence within the castle walls offers a unique window into how kindness can transcend even the boundaries between life and death. The wizard who would become the Fat Friar lived during the early 13th century, a time when the division between magical and non-magical communities was less structured than it would later become. Born to a family with both magical and non-magical heritage, he grew up with an unusual perspective that bridged both worlds. From an early age, he demonstrated not only magical talent, but also an extraordinary capacity for empathy that would define both his living years and his ghostly afterlife. As a young man, he entered a monastic order, becoming one of many wizards throughout history who found ways to practice their magical abilities within religious vocations. The quiet seclusion of monastery life provided ideal conditions for magical study, and many ancient grimoires were preserved through the dedicated work of wizard monks who carefully copied magical texts alongside religious manuscripts. The friar's particular magical talents lay in healing and food-related charms. Historical accounts suggest he was especially adept at multiplication charms that could increase quantities of food, a skill he used not for personal gain, but to feed the hungry who came to the monastery gates. Imagine a humble monk, his robes already showing the signs of his fondness for the monastery's simple but hearty fare, quietly multiplying loaves of bread, while his fellow monks attributed the abundance to more conventional miracles. His healing abilities were similarly employed in service to others. While Muggle monks of the era relied on herbal remedies and prayer, the friar discreetly incorporated magical healing into his treatments, curing ailments that would have otherwise proven fatal in that pre-modern medical era. The sick and injured began to seek him out specifically, drawn by rumors of the gentle monk whose touch seemed miraculously effective against even the most serious maladies. The friar never sought recognition for these quiet acts of magical healing. In fact, he took great care to ensure his magical abilities remained hidden from his non-magical brothers, performing his spells with subtle wandwork concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his robes, or through potions disguised as traditional herbal remedies. It is said that his generosity extended to magical creatures as well. Records suggest he maintained a sanctuary for injured magical beings in a secluded area near the monastery, nursing everything from moke lizards to injured phoenixes back to health. This compassion toward all living things became his defining characteristic, a quality that would eventually lead to his acceptance into Hufflepuff House after his death. The circumstances of the Fat Friar's death remain somewhat mysterious, though several accounts have been preserved in wizarding histories. The most credible suggests that his magical activities eventually drew unwanted attention from his superiors within the church hierarchy. There are indications that he was accused of witchcraft. Ironically, a true charge in his case, though the specifics of the allegations were fantastical even by magical standards. Some chronicles claim he was executed for healing muggles through magical means, while others suggest he was condemned for turning water into wine. A simple enough transfiguration for an accomplished wizard, but one that carried obvious religious implications. A third account, preserved in Hogwarts, a history, indicates that his fondness for pulling rabbits from his communion cup eventually led to his downfall, a detail that hints at a playful side to the friar's personality that remains evident in his ghostly form today. Whatever the specific circumstances, historical evidence confirms that the friar met his end sometime around 1257, a victim of the medieval church's fear of witchcraft. Like many who die under traumatic or unjust circumstances, his spirit remained earthbound, becoming one of the many ghosts who have found sanctuary within Hogwarts' ancient walls. The transition from living monk to Hogwarts ghost brought significant changes to the friar's existence. As a ghost, he could no longer perform the healing magic or food-related charms that had defined his mortal life. Yet his fundamental nature, his desire to help others, remained intact, finding new expressions in his ghostly state. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, sometime in the late 13th century, the Fat Friar was naturally drawn to Hufflepuff House, whose values of kindness, loyalty, and hard work reflected his own. Though he became the official house ghost, students from all four houses have benefited from his gentle guidance throughout the centuries. Consider how the Fat Friar's helpful nature manifests in his daily interactions within the castle. Unlike some of Hogwarts' other ghosts, who remain preoccupied with the circumstances of their deaths or maintaining their former status, the Friar focuses entirely on the well-being of the living students around him. Lost first years, struggling to navigate the castle's confusing layout of shifting staircases and misleading doors, often find the friar floating beside them, offering clear directions delivered with a patient smile. Those suffering from homesickness might discover him listening sympathetically to their troubles, his centuries of existence giving him a uniquely compassionate perspective on what can seem like overwhelming problems to young students. During particularly difficult periods in Hogwarts history, the Fat Friar's calming presence has provided stability and comfort. When the Chamber of Secrets was opened, both in the 1940s and again in the 1990s, he worked tirelessly to reassure frightened students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds, who felt especially vulnerable. During the Battle of Hogwarts, witnesses reported seeing him moving through the chaos, guiding younger students to safety and offering words of encouragement to those defending the castle. The Friar's relationship with the other Hogwarts ghosts reveals additional dimensions of his character. He maintains a particularly close friendship with the Grey Lady, whose centuries of guilt he has attempted to ease with his gentle counsel. Even with the more difficult Bloody Baron, The friar demonstrates remarkable patience, often serving as mediator when conflicts arise among the ghostly residents. Only with Peeves, the poltergeist, does the friar occasionally show flashes of firmness beneath his generally jovial demeanor. When Peeves' pranks cross the line from mischievous to harmful, the friar has been known to intervene, his normally cheerful face taking on an unexpectedly stern expression that even the chaotic poltergeist seems to respect, at least momentarily. The fat friar's centuries at Hogwarts have given him an unparalleled knowledge of the castle's history. Students who take the time to converse with him might be rewarded with first-hand accounts of events long past. What Godric Gryffindor's laugh sound dead-like, how the Great Hall looked during the castle's first Christmas celebration, or the excitement surrounding the installation of the first indoor plumbing, an innovation the ghost found particularly fascinating after centuries of more primitive arrangements. Unlike the more dramatic nearly headless Nick, who stages elaborate Death Day parties, or Professor Binns, who continues teaching as though death were merely an inconvenient interruption, the fat friar has fully embraced his ghostly existence. He seems to view his afterlife as simply a continuation of his life's purpose, helping others in whatever ways remain available to him. This acceptance gives him a unique perspective on the nature of existence itself. Students who engage him in deeper philosophical conversations often come away with profound insights about life, death, and the curious state of being that lies between. Death is not the end of kindness, he has been quoted as saying, merely a change in how it may be expressed. The friar's influence extends to Hufflepuff House's distinctive culture, the emphasis on inclusivity and mutual support that characterizes this often underestimated house owes much to the friar's centuries of quiet guidance. Hufflepuff prefects traditionally consult with him at the beginning of each school year, seeking his advice on how to welcome new students and foster the house's supportive atmosphere. Even in the modern era, when technological innovations have transformed the wizarding world almost as much as the Muggle one, the Fat Friar's approach remains refreshingly timeless. While other aspects of Hogwarts life have evolved, the value of simple kindness that he embodies has never diminished in relevance. Around our glowing fireside, we might reflect on how the Fat Friar's story illustrates an often overlooked truth about the wizarding world, that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in spectacular spells or powerful enchantments, but in ordinary acts of compassion repeated faithfully over time. The fire dims now, casting gentle shadows that might almost be mistaken for ghostly forms drifting peacefully through our quiet chamber. As you settle deeper into comfort, consider this: what parts of ourselves might persist beyond our physical existence. If, like the Fat Friar, you were to continue beyond death, which essence of your character would you hope would define your eternal presence in the world? Chapter 4. The Unbreakable Nature of Goblin Silver. Deepest within the earth, far beneath the bustling streets of wizarding London, forge fires glow with an otherworldly blue-white intensity. Skilled hands, neither human nor entirely unlike them, work metal with techniques passed down through generations uncounted. Tonight, we explore the mysterious allure and remarkable properties of goblin silver, a substance whose gleaming surface hides centuries of complex magical metallurgy and even more complex cultural significance. Imagine holding a goblin-crafted silver object, perhaps a delicate filigree necklace or an ornately decorated goblet. At first glance, it appears similar to silver crafted by the finest Muggle silversmiths, with a lustrous sheen that catches and holds the light. But look closer and subtle differences become apparent. The surface seems to ripple slightly, almost like liquid caught in a moment of perfect stillness. When struck, it rings with a clear tone that lingers just slightly longer than seems natural. And most remarkably, regardless of its age, whether crafted yesterday or 1,000 years ago, it bears not a single scratch, dent, or sign of tarnish. This immunity to damage and decay represents merely the most obvious quality of goblin silver. To truly understand this remarkable substance, we must first understand something of goblin culture and their unique approach to magic and craftsmanship. Goblins have worked with precious metals since time immemorial, their natural affinity for the treasures of the earth, guiding them to develop metallurgical techniques, long before humans mastered even basic bronze working. While wizards channel magic through wands and incantations, goblin magic flows directly through their hands into the materials they work with. This fundamentally different approach to magic produces results that wizards have never been able to replicate, despite centuries of attempts. The precise method of creating goblin silver remains one of the most closely guarded secrets in the magical world. What little is known suggests that the process begins not with ordinary silver, but with a rare variety found only in certain deep caves with naturally high magical concentrations. This raw material is then refined through a complex process involving specific heats, cooling methods, the addition of other elements both mundane and magical. What makes goblin silver truly extraordinary, however, is not just its initial creation, but its ongoing relationship with magic. Unlike most magical objects, which have their enchantments fixed at the moment of creation, goblin silver continually absorbs properties that strengthen it. This unique characteristic was dramatically demonstrated when Godric Gryffindor's sword, perhaps the most famous goblin-crafted item in wizarding history, imbibed basilisk venom during Harry Potter's encounter in the Chamber of Secrets. Let us pause by our fire and consider the remarkable nature of this absorption property. Most substances, when exposed to something as potent as basilisk venom, would be destroyed or fundamentally altered. Goblin silver, however, selectively incorporates only those properties that enhance its strength and efficacy, while rejecting those that might damage it. The sword did not become poisonous to touch. It simply gained the ability to destroy objects that were otherwise impervious to normal damage, such as Horcruxes. This selective absorption appears limited to substances that enhance the object's primary purpose. A goblin-crafted weapon absorbs properties that make it more effective as a weapon, while a goblin-made shield might absorb elements that improve its protective qualities. This suggests an almost sentient quality to the metal, as though it can discern which properties would be beneficial to its function. The unbreakable nature of goblin silver extends beyond mere physical durability. These items resist most forms of magical damage as well, deflecting all but the most powerful curses. During the goblin rebellions of the 17th and 18th centuries, wizards were dismayed to discover that their standard offensive spells had little effect on goblin-forged armor and weapons. This magical resistance, combined with the skill of goblin warriors, contributed significantly to the length and bloodiness of these conflicts. Beyond the battlefield, goblin silver has found countless uses throughout wizarding history. The most secure vaults at Gringotts feature doors and mechanisms crafted from this remarkable metal, ensuring that they remain impervious to both physical and magical tampering. Important magical artifacts, from time-turners to pensieves, often incorporate goblin silver components for stability and durability. Particularly noteworthy examples of goblin silverwork can be found in many ancient wizarding families' collections. The Malfoy family reportedly possesses several pieces dating back to the 14th century, including a set of dining utensils that allegedly refused to touch poisoned food. The Black family collection, much of which now resides at 12 Grimmauld Place, features numerous examples of goblin craftsmanship, though many pieces bear dark enchantments added by later owners. This brings us to one of the most contentious aspects of goblin silver, the question of ownership. From the goblin perspective, the creator of an object maintains eternal ownership rights. When a goblin-crafted item is purchased, the goblin view holds that the buyer has merely rented the item for their lifetime. Upon the buyer's death, the object should rightfully return to the goblin who created it, or to their family. Wizarding law, however, recognizes no such distinction. Under wizarding legal frameworks, once an object is purchased, it becomes the permanent property of the buyer and can be passed down to heirs or resold at will. This fundamental disagreement over ownership rights has been at the heart of numerous conflicts between goblins and wizards throughout history. The famous tiara of Rowena Ravenclaw provides a poignant example of this cultural clash. Though not made of silver, but rather goblin-wrought gold and crystal, It demonstrates the same principle. Goblin accounts claim that the diadem was merely loaned to Ravenclaw during her lifetime, while wizarding historians insist it was an outright purchase or commission. The eventual theft of the diadem by Ravenclaw's daughter Helena and its subsequent corruption by Tom Riddle represents to goblins not just a human tragedy, but a desecration of goblin cultural heritage. Imagine now the soft blue glow of a goblin forge, where a master craftsman works silently on what will become a masterpiece of silverwork. The process involves not just physical techniques, but a form of magic fundamentally different from wizard spellcasting. As the goblin works, they imbue the metal not just with enchantments, but with something of their own essence. Each hammer stroke, each careful etching carries intention and magical purpose. From the goblin perspective, this deeply personal investment in creation establishes a connection that cannot be severed by a simple commercial transaction. The exceptional durability of goblin silver has ensured that many ancient pieces remain in circulation today, often passing through numerous hands over centuries. This longevity creates situations where goblin families might claim hereditary ownership of items crafted by ancestors dead for hundreds of years, objects that have been in wizarding families for equally long periods. These competing claims achieved particular prominence during the negotiations following the Goblin Rebellion of 1752, when Gringotts Bank was established as part of a complex compromise between the wizarding government and goblin leaders. While the bank's creation somewhat stabilized relations, the underlying disagreement about crafted objects remains unresolved to this day. The most skilled goblin silversmiths can create items with properties that go far beyond mere indestructibility. Some pieces are reported to grow warmer when near danger, while others might subtly change their appearance to warn their holders of deception. Certain goblin-made mirrors are said to show not just the viewer's reflection, but glimpses of their true nature or intentions, making them both valuable and somewhat unsettling possessions. Despite centuries of study, wizard metallurgists have never successfully replicated the properties of goblin silver. The closest approximation, developed by a team of alchemists in the early 19th century, produced a silver alloy with impressive durability, but none of the self-strengthening or magical absorption qualities that make true goblin silver so remarkable. This inability to reproduce goblin techniques highlights an important aspect of magical cooperation. Some forms of magic remain uniquely tied to specific magical beings and cannot be appropriated or replicated by others. Just as wizards have magical capabilities that goblins cannot duplicate, so too do goblins possess magical crafting abilities beyond wizarding reach. The firelight dims slightly as we consider one final aspect of goblin silver, its place in the future of wizarding-goblin relations. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, there were signs of potential change in these historically strained interactions. Griphook's temporary alliance with Harry Potter during the quest for Horcruxes, though ultimately complicated by the question of Gryffindor's sword, represented a rare moment of cooperation during crisis. Some progressive elements in the post-war Ministry of Magic have advocated for a re-examination of magical property laws, suggesting a compromise system that might acknowledge goblin cultural perspectives while protecting wizarding family heirlooms. Whether such initiatives will bear fruit remains to be seen, but the unbreakable nature of goblin silver serves as both literal object and perfect metaphor for the enduring connections between different magical communities, connections that, despite tension and occasional conflict, have never been permanently severed. As our exploration draws to a close, the firelight catches on something silver in the corner of our room, perhaps a small goblet or ornament worked by those skilled goblin hands. It gleams perfectly, unmarked by time, a silent witness to centuries of magical history. What stories might such an object tell if it could speak? And in your own life, what traditions or creations endure beyond their makers, carrying forward not just function but meaning across the generations? Chapter 5. The Castelobruxo Magical School. Deep within the verdant embrace of the Amazon rainforest, where ancient trees reach skyward like natural cathedrals and mist curls mysteriously between emerald leaves, stands one of the wizarding world's most enigmatic educational institutions. Tonight, our journey takes us far from the familiar stone corridors of Hogwarts to the golden temple-like structure of Castelobruxo, the South American school of magic, where the boundaries between natural wonders and magical learning have blurred for over 1,000 years. As the evening shadows lengthen around us, picture yourself approaching this remarkable place. Unlike Hogwarts with its imposing Scottish castle silhouette, Castelobruxo presents itself as a magnificent square edifice of golden stone that seems to capture and amplify the tropical sunlight that filters through the rainforest canopy. From a distance, it might be mistaken for an ancient Mayan or Aztec temple, its stepped structure rising dramatically from the surrounding jungle. But this resemblance is merely superficial. The building incorporates architectural influences from many indigenous South American cultures, creating something unique to the magical tradition of the region. The history of Castelobruxo stretches back to the pre-Columbian era, with magical historians dating its founding to approximately the early 7th century. Like Hogwarts, it began as a sanctuary, not from Muggle persecution, which was not yet a significant concern in the region, but as a place where the diverse magical traditions of South America could be preserved, studied, and passed to new generations. The school's name itself reflects this multicultural foundation, combining elements of Portuguese, Spanish, and indigenous languages to create a term that roughly translates to Wizarding Castle or Castle of Magical Arts. The founders of Castelobruxo remain somewhat mysterious figures in wizarding history. Unlike Hogwarts with its clearly defined 4 founders, Castelobruxo's origins stem from a council of magical practitioners from different tribes and magical traditions who recognized the value of pooling their knowledge. Ancient carvings within the school depict 7 figures, 4 women and 3 men, who are believed to represent these original founders, though their individual names have been lost to time. What has survived, however, is the founders' educational philosophy. From its earliest days, Castelobruxo emphasized harmony with the natural world and the intricate connections between different forms of magic. Where European magical education traditionally separates subjects into distinct categories, transfiguration, charms, potions, Castelobruxo's curriculum has always taken a more holistic approach, teaching students to see the connections between magical disciplines. As you approach the golden walls of Castelobruxo, you might notice the first of the school's many unique protective enchantments. The entire structure is enchanted with a modified version of the unplottable charm, making it invisible to non-magical eyes. To Muggles who happen to venture into this remote area, the magnificent building appears as nothing more than an especially dense section of jungle. Even if guided directly to the school's location, they would find themselves suddenly remembering urgent business elsewhere, their attention sliding away from the spot where the golden walls rise toward the sky. For magical visitors, additional protections ensure they experience a deep sense of being watched, an accurate sensation as it happens. The school is guarded by Kaipora, small and mischievous spirit beings native to the Amazon. With their dark red fur and backward-facing feet that leave confusing tracks, these magical creatures serve as both guardians and unofficial mascots of the school. They take particular delight in creating chaos for unwanted visitors, leading them in dizzying circles through the surrounding jungle until they are hopelessly lost. For students and legitimate guests, however, the Kaipora provide a very different welcome. They often accompany new arrivals from the edge of the school's protective boundaries, chattering excitedly and occasionally performing impressive acrobatics through the trees overhead. Their presence represents the first lesson many Castelobruxo students learn. Magical education here involves cooperation with magical creatures rather than merely studying them from a distance. The interior of Castelobruxo differs dramatically from Hogwarts' stone corridors and separate towers. The school is designed around a central courtyard open to the sky, where many classes take place in the fresh air beneath the tropical sun or stars. Surrounding this open space are 4 levels of classrooms, dormitories, and specialized magical workspaces, each constructed with the golden stone that gives the school its distinctive glow. Enchanted vines grow along many interior walls, flowering in different colors to help students navigate. Purple blossoms mark the way to dormitories, while red flowers indicate the path to classrooms. The dormitory system at Castelobruxo also differs from the house-based arrangement at Hogwarts. Students are divided not by personality traits or values, but by their year of study, with each year group occupying its own section of the school. This arrangement encourages students to form connections across different temperaments and magical aptitudes, emphasizing community over categorization. Within each year group, students from different regions and backgrounds are intentionally mixed, promoting cultural exchange alongside magical education. Castelobruxo's curriculum has earned worldwide recognition, particularly in the fields of herbology and magizoology. The school's location in the Amazon rainforest, home to the greatest concentration of magical and mundane plant and animal species on Earth, provides unparalleled opportunities for hands-on study. Students begin their education with a 3-month orientation focused entirely on rainforest safety and navigation, learning to identify both helpful and dangerous magical species before proceeding to more traditional magical subjects. Advanced herbology students at Castelobruxo work with plant species unknown in Europe, including the Wigan tree's South American cousin, the Dansarvora, whose branches move continuously in a slow, flowing pattern even without wind. Its bark possesses protective properties even stronger than those of its European relative. Another regional specialty is the Flor de Lua moonflower, a luminous orchid that blooms only during the full moon and produces glowing pollen used in complex healing potions. The study of magical creatures receives similar emphasis, with Castelobruxo students developing expertise in managing and working with species that most European wizards have never encountered. The Curupira, forest guardians with bright red hair and feet turned backward like their Kaipora cousins, occasionally serve as guest instructors for advanced classes, teaching students about sustainable harvesting of magical plants and respectful interaction with the forest ecosystem. Perhaps the most distinctive aspect of magical education at Castelobruxo is its approach to what European wizards would categorize as transfiguration and charms. Rather than treating these as separate disciplines, Castelobruxo teaches what translates roughly as fundamental transformations, magical theory that explores how all magic essentially involves transforming energy from one state to another. This integrated approach produces graduates with a particularly nuanced understanding of magic's underlying principles. While Castelobruxo teaches wand lore and wand work similar to other magical schools, students also learn alternative methods of focusing magical energy. Some specialized classes teach the use of enchanted amulets that store prepared spells for later activation, a practice developed by ancient Incan wizards. Others explore magical techniques using ceremonial staffs, a tradition with roots in Amazonian tribal magic that allows for particularly powerful environmental enchantments. The daily rhythm of life at Castelobruxo follows the natural cycles of the rainforest. Classes begin early, when the morning air is coolest, and include a long midday rest period during the most intense heat. Evening sessions often focus on astronomy and the study of magical properties that manifest only after sunset. Weekends frequently involve expeditions into different regions of the protected magical forest surrounding the school, where students practice identifying magical plants and tracking magical creatures under the supervision of experienced professors. Relationships between students and professors at Castelobruxo tend to be less formal than at Hogwarts or Beauxbatons. Teachers are addressed by their first names, preceded by the honorific Mester, Master or Mester, reflecting the school's philosophy that education represents a journey undertaken together rather than knowledge simply transferred from authority to student. Many classes incorporate peer teaching, with older students working alongside professors to guide younger years. Castelobruxo's international reputation has grown significantly over the past century. While it has always been a preeminent magical school for students from Brazil and neighboring countries. Recent decades have seen increasing numbers of exchange students from Europe, North America, and Asia, seeking to benefit from its unparalleled resources for the study of magical botany and zoology. A formal exchange program with Hogwarts was established in the early 1900s, though Hogwarts students struggling with the unfamiliar climate and the mischievous Kaipora sometimes found the experience more challenging than anticipated. Notable graduates of Castelobruxo include João Coelho, the renowned magical botanist, who identified 17 previously unknown species of magical plants during his exploration of the Amazon basin in the late 19th century. His contemporary, Sofia Quintana, revolutionized magical healing practices, with her work integrating indigenous healing magic with European techniques, creating treatments for conditions previously considered incurable. More recently, Castelobruxo alumnus Professor Marcelo Diaz has gained international recognition for his groundbreaking research on magical sustainability, developing spells and potions that accomplish traditional magical objectives while minimizing environmental impact. His work reflects Castelobruxo's centuries-old philosophy of magical practice in harmony with nature rather than dominion over it. The relationship between Castelobruxo and the non-magical world presents unique challenges and opportunities. The school's remote location provides natural protection from accidental discovery, but also places it near indigenous communities with their own magical traditions. Over centuries, Castelobruxo has developed respectful relationships with these communities, often inviting tribal magical practitioners to share their knowledge as guest instructors and working cooperatively to protect magical species from exploitation. Unlike Hogwarts, which remains almost entirely separate from Muggle society, Castelobruxo maintains awareness of developments in the non-magical world, particularly environmental issues affecting the Amazon. The school has been at the forefront of magical conservation efforts, with students and faculty working to counter the effects of deforestation and pollution on magical ecosystems. These efforts sometimes involve subtle interventions that Muggles might attribute to unexpected good fortune, suddenly thriving endangered species or surprisingly rapid rainforest regeneration in areas scheduled for development. As the evening grows later, and our fireside tales near their conclusion, imagine once more the golden walls of Castelobruxo gleaming in the twilight of the Amazon. Students return from their day's adventures, their robes the distinctive shade of vibrant green that represents their school, some carrying carefully collected specimens, others discussing the day's magical discoveries. The Kaipora chatter from the trees, occasionally dropping exotic fruits for favorite students. From open windows, the sounds of music and laughter blend with the natural symphony of the rainforest. In this distant corner of the magical world, education unfolds differently than in the stone corridors of Hogwarts, yet with the same fundamental purpose, preparing young witches and wizards to understand and responsibly use their magical gifts. As your thoughts drift toward dreams, consider this: how might your own understanding of magic have developed differently if you had studied beneath the rainforest canopy rather than the familiar skies of home? What wisdom might be found in magical traditions that developed along different paths from those we know best? Chapter 6. The Magic of Moving Photographs in Newspapers. As evening shadows lengthen across our room, imagine unfolding a crisp copy of the Daily Prophet, its pages rustling with that distinctive parchment sound. The headlines might catch your eye first, but soon your attention drifts to the photographs, images that ripple with movement, capturing not just a frozen moment, but the living essence of their subjects. A Quidditch player dives after the snitch, a ministry official gestures emphatically during a speech, or perhaps a celebrated potioneer stirs her cauldron with practiced precision. Tonight we explore the fascinating magical development that brings these images to life, a technology so seamlessly integrated into wizarding daily life that many rarely pause to consider its remarkable nature. The history of moving photographs begins, as many magical innovations do, with the merging of Muggle technology and wizarding ingenuity. When Muggle photography emerged in the early 19th century, wizards observed the development with curiosity. The ability to capture a perfect visual representation of reality, something previously possible only through the skilled hand of an artist, represented a significant advancement even without magical enhancement. The first wizard to successfully create a moving photograph was Horatio Photometrus, an eccentric half-blood wizard, born to a Muggle photographer father and a witch mother. Growing up straddling both worlds, young Horatio was fascinated by his father's early daguerreotype equipment and the seemingly magical way it captured reality on treated metal plates. Combining his father's technical knowledge with his mother's magical training, Photometrus conducted experiments throughout the 1840s, attempting to infuse the photographic process with magic that would preserve not just the visual appearance of a subject, but their movement as well. After many failed attempts, including one notorious incident that left his subject trapped in repetitive motion for nearly 3 weeks, Photometrus achieved success in 1851 with what he called the vitalograph process. The breakthrough came when he realized that the key was not in enchanting the finished photograph, but in treating the photographic chemicals themselves with specific potions before exposure. Imagine the scene of this first successful magical photograph. Photometrus's small London studio, cluttered with both Muggle camera equipment and magical instruments, the air thick with the mingled scents of photographic chemicals and potion ingredients. His subject, reportedly a close friend willing to risk being the test case, sat nervously before the camera while Photometrus prepared the treated plate. When the final image emerged after the lengthy development process, both men watched in amazement as the subject's nervous fidgeting continued within the frame, creating the first true magical photograph. News of this achievement spread quickly through the wizarding community, though the process remained complex and expensive for many years. The original vitalograph method required the photographic plate to be immersed in a complex potion containing, among other ingredients, distilled moonlight, the essence of movement, extracted from flutterby bushes, and a single hair from the subject to anchor their specific animation to the image. The real transformation in magical photography came with the development of specialized film in the late 1870s. Photometrus, by then elderly but still innovating, collaborated with potions expert Theodora Throckmorton to create a simpler process that could be applied to the more modern flexible film that Muggles had developed. This new method eliminated the need for the subject's hair and reduced the brewing time for the necessary potions from 3 lunar cycles to just 2 days. By the 1880s, magical photography had advanced significantly, and the Daily Prophet became one of the first publications to incorporate moving images into its pages. The newspaper's editor at the time, Barnabas Cuff's great-grandfather Hector Cuff, recognized that moving photographs would not only make the publication more engaging, but would also allow for more comprehensive reporting. A photograph of a Wizengamot session, for instance, could show not just who was present, but also their reactions to testimony or votes. The technical process of creating newspaper-ready photographs represented another challenge. Early magical photographs existed as single prints, but newspapers required multiple copies. The solution came from Enchanted printing presses, developed specifically for the Prophet and other publications, that could reproduce both text and moving images hundreds or thousands of times without losing the magic that animated the pictures. Let us consider for a moment the magical theory behind these remarkable images. Unlike magical portraits, which capture something of the subject's personality and can interact with viewers, newspaper photographs preserve only the movements that occurred during the brief period when the picture was taken. The subjects cannot respond to questions or move beyond the boundaries of what they did in that original moment. This limitation results from the photographic potion's properties, which preserve motion but not consciousness. The specific enchantment involved is a variant of the animation charm, modified to work with photosensitive materials rather than inanimate objects. When applied to the photographic process, this charm creates what magical theorists call a motion memory, a magical imprint that recalls and reproduces the subject's movements within the time frame captured by the camera. One particularly interesting aspect of magical newspaper photographs is how they interact with the subjects themselves. Unlike Muggle celebrities who might be surprised by paparazzi photos, magical subjects are usually well aware that their movements will be preserved and repeated potentially thousands of times. This awareness has created a unique culture around being photographed for wizarding publications. Public figures in the wizarding world typically develop a repertoire of movements and expressions specifically for photographs, gestures that convey dignity, authority, or approachability depending on the impression they wish to make. Some politicians become known for characteristic movements. Former Minister Millicent Bagnold was famous for her authoritative nod, while Cornelius Fudge developed his nervous hat twirling entirely within the context of press photographs. For Quidditch players and other sports figures, being captured performing impressive moves can significantly enhance their public image. This has led to the rise of specialized magical sports photographers who use high-speed enchanted cameras capable of capturing the fastest plays. The most skilled of these photographers, like the renowned Quidditch photographer Megan McCormack, can anticipate crucial moments and position themselves perfectly to capture dramatic action sequences that might play out for several seconds within a single photograph. The ethical dimensions of magical photography have evolved alongside the technology. Early regulations established by the Department of Magical Communications in 1883 prohibited photography that captured unwilling subjects performing embarrassing or private actions. These rules were later refined to include restrictions on photographing magical operations that should remain confidential for security reasons. Rita Skeeter's sensationalist reporting in the 1990s pushed the boundaries of these regulations, particularly with her Enchanted Quick Quotes quill and her ability as an unregistered animagus to capture photographs of subjects who were unaware of her presence. The resulting scandal when her methods were exposed led to stricter enforcement of existing rules and new guidelines about the context in which photographs could be presented. The printing process for moving photographs in newspapers involves several specialized magical techniques. Once a photograph has been properly developed with the animation-preserving potions, it must be prepared for mass reproduction. This preparation involves creating a master image using enchanted engraving tools that transfer not just the visual elements, but also the magical motion memory to printing plates. These plates are then mounted on modified printing presses that have been charmed with a Geminio-based spell, specifically calibrated not to degrade the quality of either the image or its movement. As the presses run, each copy receives both ink and a minute amount of the original animation magic, carefully measured to ensure that the last copy has movements as fluid as the first. The presses themselves are remarkable magical artifacts, often maintained by the same Goblin-trained technicians who service the complex mechanical systems at Gringotts Bank. The most advanced models, like those used by the Daily Prophet today, can adjust the animation speed of photographs to match the tone of accompanying articles, slowing down movements for solemn news, or maintaining energetic motion for sports and entertainment pieces. Beyond newspapers, moving photographs have become integral to many aspects of wizarding culture. Family albums in wizarding homes contain generations of moving memories, preserved with spells that prevent the animation from fading even after centuries. Many wizarding homes display framed moving photographs that show loved ones in characteristic poses or activities, creating a living reminder of family connections. Perhaps the most poignant examples of moving photographs are those that preserve images of people who have passed away. Unlike magical portraits, these photographs cannot truly interact with viewers, but they provide a different kind of comfort, a glimpse of natural, unscripted moments that capture the essence of a person in everyday life, rather than the more formal presentation of a commissioned portrait. Harry Potter's album of his parents' photographs, gifted to him by Rubeus Hagrid during his first year at Hogwarts, exemplifies this deeply personal connection. Through those moving images, Harry could see, for the first time, how his father rumpled his hair, or how his mother's eyes, so like his own, crinkled when she laughed. These photographs provided a window into the parents he never knew in a way that static Muggle photographs never could. For Muggle-born witches and wizards, the discovery of moving photographs often represents one of their first encounters with how thoroughly magic can transform familiar aspects of life. Many report the slightly disorienting experience of returning home during school holidays and finding family photographs strangely frozen in comparison to the animated images they've grown accustomed to at Hogwarts or in wizarding homes. As our magical photography technology continues to develop, new innovations emerge. Recent advances include photographs with extended duration, capturing up to a minute of movement rather than the traditional few seconds. Experimental work is also being done on photographs that can respond to changing light conditions, adjusting their brightness, or even the season depicted based on the ambient conditions where they're displayed. Magical researchers at the Department of Mysteries have even explored the possibility of creating photographs that could capture and reproduce sounds, as well as movements, though this work remains highly experimental. The challenges involve not just recording audio magically, but ensuring it remains synchronized with the visual movements over potentially unlimited repetitions. As our evening draws to a close and the firelight dims, consider the magical photographs you might treasure most, moments captured not just in visual form, but with the living essence of movement preserved. What fleeting expressions might they show? What characteristic gestures might they immortalize? And in these moving snapshots of time, what truths might be revealed that a static image could never quite capture? Chapter 7. The Founding of Gringotts Bank. The embers in our hearth glow with a golden hue, reminiscent of galleons stacked in ancient vaults far beneath the streets of London. Tonight, we turn our attention to the imposing white marble edifice that stands as the economic cornerstone of wizarding Britain. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Its towering bronze doors, guarded by goblins in scarlet and gold, represent more than merely a place of business. They mark the culmination of centuries of complex relations between wizards and goblins, and the establishment of an institution that would transform magical commerce forever. Long before Gringotts' grand columns rose along Diagon Alley, the management of wizarding wealth presented considerable challenges. In medieval times, wealthy magical families typically secured their treasures in heavily enchanted chambers within their own homes, protected by complex spells, magical creatures, and sometimes darker measures that might inflict terrible fates upon would-be thieves. While effective for personal security, this decentralized approach to wealth storage made larger economic interactions cumbersome. Trade between magical families often required physical transportation of precious metals or valuable magical artifacts, leaving merchants vulnerable to theft or deception. Without standardized currency, negotiations frequently centered on the relative value of different items, how many unicorn horns equated to a phoenix feather, or whether a specific enchanted artifact was worth its weight in powdered dragon bone. The first attempts at creating a centralized banking system for wizards came in the early 16th century, when a consortium of wealthy pure-blood families established small secure facilities where they could store their gold and conduct exchanges. These early banks were entirely wizard-owned and operated, with goblins occasionally employed as security due to their reputation for ferocity and their natural affinity for detecting counterfeit precious metals. This arrangement proved unsatisfactory to both parties. Wizards, despite employing complex protective enchantments, found their vaults periodically breached by exceptionally skilled magical thieves. Goblins, meanwhile, resented being relegated to guard positions while their considerable metallurgical and financial talents remained underutilized. The situation reached a critical point during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, when tensions that had been simmering for decades erupted into open conflict. While historical accounts typically focus on the violence that ensued, particularly the infamous Battle of Hogsmeade, what receives less attention is the economic disruption that followed. With goblin metalworkers refusing to produce or verify wizarding currency, and many wizard-run banking facilities damaged or destroyed in the fighting, the magical economy verged on collapse. The resolution of this crisis came through an unexpected channel. Urquhart Ragnarok, a goblin chieftain known for his unusually moderate views regarding wizard-goblin relations, approached the Wizards' Council, predecessor to the modern Ministry of Magic, with a proposal unprecedented in its scope. Rather than returning to the previous unsatisfactory arrangement, Ragnarok suggested a truly revolutionary concept, a bank jointly established by goblins and wizards, combining the security expertise and metallurgical skill of goblin kind with the magical protections and legal framework wizards could provide. Initial reactions from both sides ranged from skepticism to outright hostility. Conservative elements in the Wizards' Council balked at the idea of goblins controlling any portion of the wizarding financial system. Similarly, many goblin clans viewed Ragnarok's proposal as capitulation to wizard dominance. The debate raged for nearly 2 years, with multiple negotiation attempts failing before they truly began. The turning point came after a series of devastating thefts from wizard-controlled vaults in 1614, culminating in the disappearance of the Selwyn family's entire fortune, some 15,000 gold pieces, and numerous magical artifacts, despite protections that had been considered impenetrable. This dramatic demonstration of the inadequacy of existing security measures finally opened the door to serious consideration of Ragnarok's proposal. Imagine now the tension in the air during those first formal negotiations. Picture a long table in a neutral location. Historical accounts suggest the meeting took place in a magically concealed room within what is now Westminster Abbey. On one side sat the Goblin delegation, their expressions guarded but determined, led by the imposing figure of Ragnarok himself. Across from them, wizard representatives from the Wizards' Council and several prominent financial families watched warily, hands perhaps straying occasionally toward wand pockets out of ingrained habit. The negotiations stretched across months, each side carefully guarding their interests, while seeking sufficient common ground to establish a functional institution. The goblins insisted on operational control of the bank's daily functions and exclusive rights to manufacture wizarding currency. Wizards, in turn, demanded oversight provisions and guarantees that goblin interests would never supersede the needs of the wizarding community in times of crisis. Eventually, a compromise emerged. The bank would operate under goblin management with respect to its technical and security operations, while a joint board with representatives from both species would govern major policy decisions. The goblins would indeed control the minting of galleons, sickles, and nuts, but the Wizards' Council would set monetary policy regarding circulation and exchange rates. Most importantly, both parties agreed that Gringotts would remain strictly neutral in any future conflicts between wizards and goblins. The bank would continue operations regardless of broader political tensions. With the framework established, attention turned to the practical matter of creating the physical institution. The site selected along what would later be known as Diagon Alley offered both accessibility to the wizarding community and sufficient space for the extensive underground chambers that would form the heart of the bank. Construction began in 1617, combining goblin mining techniques with wizarding architectural enchantments to create something neither community could have achieved independently. The most challenging aspect of construction was not the impressive marble edifice above ground, but the vast network of tunnels and vaults extending far beneath London. Using magic that remains proprietary to this day, goblin engineers created passages that seemed to defy normal spatial relationships, with distances that expand and contract based on security needs, and chambers that exist in spaces that should be physically impossible. Magical historians believe that the deepest Gringotts vaults may employ some form of the same dimensional manipulation principles that would later be used in enchanted tents and extension charms, though on a vastly more complex scale. These spatial enchantments, combined with the natural labyrinthine tendencies of goblin architecture, created a repository virtually impervious to unauthorized access. The security system pioneered during Gringotts' founding established standards that remain largely unchanged today. The multifaceted approach included enchanted doors, requiring specific touches to open, waterfalls that canceled magical disguises, trained dragons guarding the most sensitive areas, and the complex cart system that prevents anyone unfamiliar with the tunnel's twisting paths from navigating them successfully. When Gringotts officially opened its doors in 1474, after 7 years of construction and preparation, it represented a genuine milestone in wizard-goblin relations. The sight of the gleaming white building with its burnished bronze doors signaled a new era of cooperation, however uneasy it might sometimes be. The bank's motto, Fortius quo fidelius, strength through loyalty, reflected the core principle upon which the institution was founded, mutual benefit through maintained trust. The early years of operation saw a gradual transition as wizarding families transferred their wealth from private vaults to Gringotts' secure facilities. Some of the oldest pure-blood families initially resisted, reluctant to entrust generations of accumulated treasure to an institution partly controlled by goblins. However, as Gringotts demonstrated its security effectiveness and operational efficiency, even these holdouts eventually recognized the advantages of centralized banking. The standardization of wizarding currency represented another significant achievement of Gringotts' founding. Before the bank's establishment, various forms of gold and silver coins circulated throughout magical Britain, often with inconsistent weights and purities. The introduction of the uniform galleon, sickle, and nut system, with their fixed exchange rates, simplified commerce and reduced disputes over value. Each genuine Gringotts coin contains minute traces of goblin magic that make counterfeiting nearly impossible. This enchantment, embedded during the minting process, allows goblins to verify authenticity with a simple touch, one reason why even the most accomplished human counterfeiters have never successfully replicated wizarding currency. As Gringotts' reputation for impenetrability grew, so too did its role in wizarding society. Beyond merely storing wealth, the bank began offering additional services: exchange between wizarding and muggle currencies, secure transport of valuable magical items, authentication of rare artifacts, and eventually, limited forms of loans for approved purposes like business establishment or home acquisition. The relationship between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, which replaced the Wizards' Council in 1707, has always been characterized by a delicate balance of cooperation and independence. The ministry recognizes Gringotts' autonomy in banking operations while maintaining regulatory oversight through the Goblin Liaison Office. This arrangement has occasionally generated tension, particularly during periods of political instability, when ministry officials have sought greater control over wizarding financial resources. Most notably, during both wizarding wars against Voldemort, the ministry attempted to exercise emergency powers over Gringotts' operations. The goblins firmly resisted these efforts, citing the founding charter's neutrality provisions. This stance protected the assets of many families during uncertain times, but also allowed Death Eaters to retain access to their vaults, a complexity that highlights the sometimes troubling implications of Gringotts' political neutrality. Throughout its long history, Gringotts has weathered numerous challenges: goblin rebellions, wizarding wars, economic fluctuations, and even occasional breaches of its legendary security. Yet the fundamental structure established at its founding has proven remarkably resilient. The bank's continued operation across centuries stands as testament to the vision of Urquhart Ragnarok and his wizard counterparts, who recognized that despite their differences, goblins and wizards could achieve mutual benefit through structured cooperation. Today's visitor to Gringotts encounters an institution that would be largely recognizable to its founders: the grand marble hall with its long counters, the goblins carefully weighing coins and precious stones, the elaborate security procedures before accessing vaults. All these elements reflect continuity with principles established at the bank's inception. Even the tension between courteous service and underlying wariness that characterizes goblin-wizard interactions within the bank remains much as it was centuries ago. Perhaps the most significant testament to Gringotts' success is the fact that only once in its entire history has the bank suffered a truly catastrophic security breach: the now famous break-in orchestrated by Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley during their hunt for Horcruxes. That this unprecedented event required exceptional circumstances, including inside assistance, the use of the Imperious Curse and Polyjuice Potion, only underscores the effectiveness of the security measures implemented since the bank's founding. As our evening's discussion draws to a close, the firelight catching the edges of imagined gold coins, consider the remarkable achievement that Gringotts represents. In a world where differences between magical beings have often led to conflict rather than cooperation, this institution stands as evidence that mutual interest can sometimes overcome deep-seated mistrust. What lessons might we draw from this uneasy but enduring partnership? When the flames of conflict threaten to consume possibility, what shared necessities might forge unexpected alliances in your own life's journey? Chapter 8. The Secrets of Gringotts Goblins. The flickering firelight casts long shadows across our room, not unlike the dim lanterns that illuminate the fathomless tunnels beneath Gringotts Bank. Having explored the founding of this remarkable institution, let us now turn our attention to the more enigmatic aspects of those who maintain it. The goblins themselves. Behind their stern countenances and meticulous ledger-keeping lie centuries of closely guarded traditions, magical capabilities rarely witnessed by wizard kind, and a complex society with its own values and codes of honor. When wizards and witches enter the imposing marble hall of Gringotts, they observe goblins engaged in various banking activities, weighing precious metals, examining gemstones with jewelers' loops, or recording transactions in massive ledgers with their distinctive spidery handwriting. Yet these visible duties represent merely the public face of goblin banking operations. Far more fascinating activities unfold in areas inaccessible to human customers. Deep beneath the public floors of Gringotts lie the goblin workshops, where the true magic of the banking system happens. Here, master craftsmen mint the galleons, sickles, and nuts that circulate throughout the wizarding economy. The process combines metallurgical expertise with proprietary enchantments that make goblin-crafted currency virtually impossible to counterfeit. Imagine stepping into one of these workshops, a rare privilege afforded to almost no wizards throughout history. The air shimmers with heat from forge fires that burn with unusual blue-white flames, their temperature precisely regulated by magic, unlike any taught at Hogwarts. Goblins move with practiced efficiency, their fingers executing complex wandless magic as they work precious metals into forms that will hold both physical shape and magical properties. The creation of a single galleon involves numerous stages. First, gold of exceptional purity is melted in crucibles made from a special clay, found only in certain caverns deep beneath the British Isles. As the molten metal reaches the perfect temperature, master goblins add tiny amounts of secret ingredients, rumored to include dragon's breath captured at the moment of exhalation and powdered moonstone, harvested during a lunar eclipse. The resulting mixture is then poured into molds carved from blocks of obsidian that have been in use for centuries, their surfaces imbued with layer upon layer of protective enchantments. As the metal cools, the most experienced goblin craftsmen perform a series of precise magical gestures over each coin, embedding security features that will allow any trained goblin to verify authenticity with a mere touch. Perhaps most fascinating is the final stage, wherein each galleon receives its unique magical signature. Contrary to what many wizards believe, no two Gringotts coins are identical at the magical level. Each carries a distinct identifier, imperceptible to human senses but immediately apparent to goblins, that allows for tracking of individual coins throughout their circulation. This tracking capability represents one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Gringotts goblins. While wizards might assume their financial transactions remain private once gold changes hands, the goblins maintain detailed records of every galleon's journey through the wizarding economy. This information is never shared with the Ministry of Magic or individual clients, but it provides the bank with unparalleled insights into economic patterns and potentially suspicious activities. Beyond currency production, the subterranean realm of Gringotts houses facilities dedicated to the maintenance and enhancement of the bank's legendary security systems. In specially shielded chambers, Goblin security specialists develop and test new protective measures, attempting to anticipate and counter potential threats before they materialize. The Dragon Guardians of the deepest vaults represent the most visible security measure, but they constitute merely one layer of a vastly more complex system. Few wizards realize that the seemingly straightforward cart rides through the tunnels actually pass through multiple magical barriers designed to detect concealment spells, Polyjuice Potion, and even the Imperious Curse. The infamous Thief's Downfall, encountered by Harry Potter during his legendary break-in, represents merely one of these countermeasures that becomes active only when initial detection spells identify potential threats. Goblin security experts possess a unique approach to protective magic that differs fundamentally from wizard techniques, where wizarding security typically relies on specific counterspells to specific threats. Goblin protections operate on principles of magical resonance and dissonance. Their security enchantments detect not the particular form of deception, but rather the magical disturbance created by any form of concealment or coercion. This approach explains why Goblin security measures have historically proven so difficult for wizards to circumvent. Even exceptionally skilled magical practitioners find their usual techniques ineffective against protections operating on entirely different magical principles. The few successful breaches of Gringotts security throughout history have typically exploited procedural weaknesses rather than overcoming the magical protections directly. The organizational structure within Gringotts reveals another aspect of Goblin society rarely glimpsed by outsiders. While wizards observe what appears to be a relatively flat hierarchy among the bank's employees, in reality, Gringotts operates according to an intricate rank system based on a combination of skill, experience, and lineage. At the apex of this structure sits the Gringotts High Council, a body of 13 senior goblins who make all significant decisions regarding bank policy. Membership on this council traditionally combines representatives from the oldest goblin families with those who have demonstrated exceptional ability in financial management or security implementation. These counselors meet in a chamber deep beneath the bank, around a table reportedly forged from a single piece of silver by Urquhart Rognok himself during the bank's founding. Below the High Council, the bank's operations divide into specialized departments, each with its own hierarchical structure. The Vault Security Division maintains and monitors the protective enchantments surrounding the thousands of individual repositories. The Currency Management Department oversees the production, circulation, and eventual reclamation of wizarding money. The Human Interface Division, a somewhat dismissive goblin term, manages direct interactions with the bank's wizard clientele. What many wizards fail to recognize is that their personal Gringotts account manager, the goblin who escorts them to their vault or handles their transactions, occupies a position of considerable importance within goblin society. These account managers, selected for their diplomatic skills and ability to navigate complex cross-cultural interactions, serve as crucial intermediaries between the human and goblin worlds. The training process for these positions reveals much about goblin values and priorities. Young goblins selected for Gringotts careers undergo an apprenticeship lasting at least 7 years, and sometimes significantly longer for specialized roles. During this period, they study not only financial management and security protocols, but also wizard psychology, history, and cultural patterns. This comprehensive education enables them to anticipate their clients' needs and behaviors while maintaining appropriate professional boundaries. The goblin language, gobbledygook to wizard ears, serves as another layer of separation between the public and private aspects of Gringotts operations. While all customer-facing goblins speak fluent English, they communicate with each other exclusively in their native tongue when discussing sensitive matters. The language itself contains financial and mathematical concepts that have no direct translation in human languages, allowing for nuances of expression, particularly suited to banking operations. Even more intriguing are the rumored magical properties of gobbledygook. Some magical historians suggest that certain goblin security enchantments activate only when triggered by specific phrases in their native language, creating protections that no wizard spell could possibly unlock. Others propose that the language itself carries inherent magical properties when spoken by goblins, a theory supported by the observation that goblin metalworkers often mutter in their native tongue, while imbuing crafted objects with magical properties. The relationship between Gringotts goblins and those who live outside the banking system presents another fascinating dimension of goblin society. While wizards often speak of goblins as a monolithic group, significant cultural and philosophical differences exist among goblin communities. The bank-affiliated clans typically maintain a more moderate stance regarding wizard-goblin relations than their counterparts who have chosen other paths. This distinction became particularly apparent during the goblin rebellions of previous centuries. Historical records indicate that while many goblins took up arms against the wizarding community, those associated with Gringotts often attempted to maintain neutrality, recognizing that their prosperity depended on continued financial cooperation with wizard kind. This position sometimes placed them in difficult situations, viewed with suspicion by both sides in the conflict. In modern times, Gringotts goblins occupy a unique position in magical society, neither fully integrated nor completely separate. They participate in the wizarding economy while maintaining distinct cultural identities and private traditions. Young goblins raised in bank-affiliated families often face complex choices about whether to follow their parents into financial careers or pursue other paths that might offer more independence from wizard interaction, but less stability and prestige within their own community. The private lives of Gringotts goblins remain largely unknown to their human clients. Contrary to some wizard speculation, goblins do not live within the bank itself. Instead, they maintain communities in magically concealed locations throughout Britain, commuting to work through passages unknown to the Ministry of Magic. These settlements reportedly combine traditional goblin architecture, characterized by low ceilings, intricate stonework, and abundant metallic decorative elements, with modern magical conveniences. Within these communities, Gringotts employment carries considerable prestige. Families with long histories of bank service often display artifacts of their professional achievements prominently in their homes, perhaps a ceremonial quill used to sign an important account agreement, or a small ingot from the first batch of galleons their ancestor helped to mint. These objects serve as tangible reminders of their contribution to goblin prosperity and the continuity of their traditions. Family structures within goblin society differ notably from human patterns. Goblins typically live in extended family groups, with 3 or 4 generations sharing dwellings and responsibilities. Child rearing involves not just parents but grandparents, aunts, uncles, and even more distant relatives, each contributing to the education of young goblins in different areas of knowledge and skill. The transfer of professional knowledge follows similar communal patterns. A young goblin entering Gringotts employment might receive mentorship, not only from direct family members, but from anyone in their community with relevant expertise. This approach creates networks of knowledge that preserve ancient techniques while gradually incorporating innovations when they prove beneficial. Despite centuries of close professional interaction with wizards, Gringotts goblins maintain a careful separation between their work and personal lives. Bank employees rarely discuss their private affairs with human colleagues or clients, contributing to the air of mystery that surrounds them. This reserve stems not from inherent secretiveness, but from hard-learned historical lessons about the dangers of revealing too much to a community that has, at various points, sought to control or restrict goblin rights and activities. As our evening exploration of goblin secrets draws to a close, the shadows from our fire seem to take on the sharp-featured profiles of these remarkable magical beings. Their complex relationship with wizard kind, characterized by interdependence, lingering suspicion, remarkable cooperation, and carefully maintained boundaries, offers a fascinating window into the broader complexities of magical society. Consider, as sleep approaches, the hidden depths that might exist in your own daily encounters. Like the wizard who sees only a stern-faced goblin counting coins at a Gringotts counter, We often perceive merely the surface of those whose paths cross ours. What unseen skills, traditions, and perspectives might lie behind the public faces presented to the world, and what unexpected common ground might we discover if granted the rare privilege of seeing beyond those careful boundaries. Chapter 9. The Creation of Enchanted Objects. As the evening grows deeper and our fire settles into a steady glow, let us turn our thoughts to the countless magical items that fill the wizarding world, from the humble self-stirring cauldron to the legendary artifacts of the founders. Behind each enchanted object lies a fascinating process of creation, where magical theory meets practical craftsmanship to produce items that blur the boundary between the animate and inanimate. Tonight, we explore the ancient and evolving art of magical artificing, the creation of enchanted objects. The wizarding world abounds with objects imbued with magical properties. Consider the everyday items found in any magical household: clocks that track family members' whereabouts, knitting needles that click away independently, self-cleaning dishes, or photographs whose subjects move and express emotion. These commonplace enchantments represent just the surface of a magical discipline, with roots stretching back to the earliest days of wizardkind. The creation of enchanted objects represents one of the most practical applications of magical theory. Unlike spells, which typically produce temporary effects, or potions, which are consumed for a single use, properly enchanted objects maintain their magical properties indefinitely, providing ongoing utility to their owners. This permanence requires not merely casting spells but binding magic to physical objects in stable, lasting configurations. Historical evidence suggests that the first deliberately enchanted objects appeared long before the development of formal magical education or standardized wand use. Archaeological discoveries from ancient Mesopotamia include clay vessels that mysteriously preserved their contents against spoilage, an early form of what modern wizards would recognize as ever-fresh charms. Similar findings from Bronze Age wizarding settlements in the British Isles include stone amulets that still radiate protective magic nearly 4,000 years after their creation. These early magical artifacts were created through processes quite different from modern enchantment methods. Without wands to focus their magic, ancient wizards and witches relied on naturally magical substances, precise ritual movements, and spoken incantations to imbue objects with magical properties. Many of these techniques required specific astronomical alignments or seasonal conditions, making the creation of enchanted objects a process measured in months or even years rather than hours. The development of wand-making in ancient times revolutionized the art of magical artificing. With wands allowing for more precise magical focus, enchanters could create more complex and reliable magical objects. By the medieval period, European wizarding communities had established formal traditions of apprenticeship in various enchantment specialties: magical furniture making, the creation of self-maintaining household tools, and the increasingly important craft of broom enchantment for transportation. Imagine stepping into the workshop of a medieval magical artificer. Unlike the ostentatious settings depicted in Muggle fairy tales, these workspaces typically resembled ordinary craftsmen's shops, distinguishable only by certain specialized tools and materials. A woodworker creating enchanted furniture might use a conventional lathe and chisels alongside carefully prepared magical ingredients, perhaps wood from trees grown in areas of high magical concentration, or varnishes incorporating powdered magical substances. The fundamental principles governing the creation of enchanted objects have remained relatively consistent through centuries, though techniques have evolved considerably. At its core, the process involves three essential elements: appropriate materials, specific enchantment methods, and stability mechanisms to ensure the magic remains bound to the object permanently. Material selection represents the first crucial decision in creating any enchanted object. Different substances have varying degrees of magical receptivity, their ability to accept and hold enchantments. Woods from certain trees, like rowan, elder, or oak grown in magical forests, naturally retain magic more effectively than ordinary timber. Metals worked by goblins or dwarves possess inherent properties that make them especially suitable for magical enhancement. Even seemingly mundane materials like cotton or wool can become receptive to enchantment when harvested during specific moon phases or treated with certain magical preparations. Beyond these natural affinities, the intended purpose of an enchanted object influences material selection. A remembrall, designed to alert its owner to forgotten matters, requires glass with perfect clarity to properly display its color-changing smoke. Omnioculars, with their sophisticated replay and slow-motion capabilities, combine specially treated brass with magical crystals that can capture and preserve moving images. Flying broomsticks necessarily incorporate wood with natural buoyancy and responsiveness to directional magic. Once appropriate materials have been selected and prepared, the actual process of enchantment begins. For simpler objects with limited functionality, this might involve relatively straightforward spellwork, a series of charms applied in specific sequences to achieve the desired effect. A self-stirring cauldron, for instance, requires little more than a perpetual motion charm bound to the stirring mechanism, with additional spells to ensure it responds appropriately to temperature changes in the potion being brewed. More complex enchanted objects, however, demand increasingly sophisticated magical techniques. Consider the challenging process of creating a functional sneakoscope. These small spinning tops, which whirl and illuminate when detecting untrustworthy behavior nearby, require a delicate balance of multiple enchantments, detection spells sensitive to deceitful intentions, magical mechanisms to trigger the physical response, and calibration charms to prevent false alarms from minor untruths. The creation of such multifunction objects typically follows what magical artificers call the layered enchantment approach. Each magical property is added sequentially, with stabilization steps between additions to ensure the various enchantments work harmoniously, rather than interfering with each other. A master artificer might spend days or even weeks on a single complex item, gradually building up its magical capabilities through carefully structured spellwork. Perhaps the most crucial aspect of creating durable enchanted objects is the stabilization process. Without proper stabilization, magical enchantments naturally decay over time, gradually losing effectiveness until they cease functioning entirely. Various techniques have been developed throughout magical history to counter this tendency and create objects with lasting enchantments. One traditional method involves the use of binding agents, substances that naturally preserve magical energy. Powdered moonstone, phoenix tears, or dragon heartstring extract can be incorporated into an object during creation, serving as magical anchors that prevent enchantment dissipation. For particularly important or powerful items, more exotic materials might be employed, perhaps tears from a sphinx, freely given, or the crystallized first breath of a newborn unicorn. Another approach focuses on spell reinforcement through repetition and timing. By casting the same enchantment repeatedly at specific intervals, often corresponding to lunar phases or solstices, artificers gradually strengthen the magical bond until it becomes self-sustaining. This technique requires considerable patience but produces especially resilient enchantments that can endure for centuries with minimal degradation. Some of the most enduring enchanted objects in wizarding history employ what magical theorists call self-renewing enchantments, spells designed to draw ambient magical energy from their surroundings to continuously refresh their own enchantments. The ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall represents perhaps the most famous example of this technique, its weather-reflecting enchantment having maintained perfect functioning for over 1,000 years by drawing power from the castle's naturally magic-rich environment. Beyond these technical aspects, the creation of truly exceptional enchanted objects often involves a more intangible element, the magical intention and emotional investment of the creator. Objects crafted with profound purpose or deep emotional significance frequently display magical properties beyond what their enchantment process would normally produce. The Weasley family clock, with its ability to track family members across various conditions and locations, exemplifies this principle. its extraordinary functionality stemming partly from Molly Weasley's profound concern for her family's safety. This emotional dimension of magical artificing explains why certain heirloom objects in wizarding families develop seemingly sentient characteristics over generations of use. A chess set passed down through multiple generations of dedicated players might gradually develop strategic preferences reflecting its previous owners. A mirror that has witnessed centuries of a family's private moments might eventually offer advice or warnings based on patterns it has observed. The most remarkable enchanted objects in wizarding history often incorporate this emotional resonance deliberately. The four founders of Hogwarts each created artifacts that embodied their values and magical strengths. Gryffindor's sword manifesting courage, Ravenclaw's diadem enhancing wisdom, Hufflepuff's cup embodying loyalty, and Slytherin's locket preserving ambition. These objects transcended ordinary enchantment, becoming receptacles for aspects of their creators' magical essences. The ethical dimensions of magical artificing present ongoing challenges for the wizarding community. Throughout history, certain enchanters have created objects with harmful or ethically questionable properties, cursed items designed to injure, objects that influence minds against their will, or artifacts that draw power through dangerous or dark magical means. The distinction between legitimate magical innovation and irresponsible or malicious enchantment remains a subject of continuing debate within magical regulatory bodies. The modern era has seen significant evolution in enchanted object creation. While traditional handcrafting methods remain common for high-quality or specialized items, the growing wizarding population has created demand for mass-produced enchanted goods. Manufacturers like Flyte and Barker, racing brooms, or Gladrag's wizardwear self-ironing robes have developed modified enchantment techniques suitable for production lines, usually involving teams of wizards casting standardized enchantments on materials prepared to exact specifications. This industrialization of magical artificing has made enchanted objects more widely available, but has also raised concerns about quality and durability. Mass-produced enchanted items typically lack the depth and resilience of individually crafted pieces, often requiring periodic maintenance to refresh their magical properties. The misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office frequently deals with incidents resulting from failing enchantments on low-quality mass-produced items. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the field of experimental enchantment continues to advance through the work of dedicated magical researchers. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains workshops where unspeakables explore entirely new categories of enchanted objects, items with capabilities beyond anything currently available to the general wizarding public. While details of these projects remain confidential, occasional patents filed with the Department of Magical Innovation hint at developments like objects capable of storing and releasing specific memories, or items that can temporarily transfer magical abilities between users. For the average witch or wizard interested in creating enchanted objects, various educational paths exist. Hogwarts offers intermediate-level instruction through charms and transfiguration courses, while specialized post-graduation programs at institutions like the Magical Crafts Academy in Edinburgh or the European Institute for Enchanted Artificing provide comprehensive training in specific areas of magical creation. Many aspiring artificers still follow the traditional apprenticeship model, spending years working under established masters to learn techniques that cannot be effectively taught in classroom settings. These apprenticeships typically combine practical craftsmanship with magical theory, ensuring that graduates understand both how to create enchanted objects and why specific approaches work as they do. As our evening exploration draws to a close, the firelight illuminates ordinary objects around our room, perhaps a clock ticking steadily on the mantel, or a teacup resting on a side table. In the wizarding world, these mundane items might contain extraordinary enchantments, the result of careful craftsmanship and magical innovation passed down through generations. Behind each enchanted object lies not merely spellwork, but the culmination of centuries of magical knowledge, applied with skill and purpose, to create something of lasting utility and wonder. As your thoughts drift toward dreams, consider the objects that surround your own daily life. What unseen potential might they contain? If you possessed the ability to imbue ordinary items with magical properties, what forgotten moments might you preserve? What burdens might you ease? And what wonder might you create from the seemingly mundane materials of everyday existence? Chapter 10. The Mahoutokoro School of Magic. The gentle crackle of our fire mingles with the distant sound of waves as we turn our attention eastward, across vast oceans, to a small, ornate palace perched upon the highest peak of a volcanic island. Tonight, we journey to Japan's Mahoutokoro School of Magic, where ancient tradition blends with innovation in one of the world's smallest yet most remarkable magical educational institutions. Nestled on the volcanic island of Minami Iwo Jima in the Philippine Sea, Mahoutokoro stands as a breathtaking testament to magical architecture. Unlike Hogwarts' imposing stone fortress or Castelobruxo's temple-like golden structure, Mahoutokoro appears at first glance to be carved entirely from mutton-fat jade, a delicate pale green stone treasured in East Asian magical traditions for its properties of wisdom enhancement and spiritual protection. As sunlight plays across its surface, the palace seems to shimmer with an internal luminescence, visible only to magical eyes from miles away across the ocean. The school's name itself provides insight into its character. Mahoutokoro translates approximately to place of magic or magic's place, reflecting the Japanese magical tradition's emphasis on the sacred nature of locations where magical learning occurs. The founding of Mahoutokoro dates back to the early 7th century CE, coinciding with significant cultural and political developments in non-magical Japan during the Asuka period. Unlike European magical schools established largely in response to Mughal persecution, Mahoutokoro emerged from a more complex relationship between magical and non-magical society in ancient Japan. Historical records suggest that during certain periods, particularly skilled witches and wizards openly served as advisors to imperial courts and noble houses, their magical abilities viewed as specialized skills rather than supernatural powers to be feared. The founder of Mahoutokoro, the legendary witch Himiko Hoshikawa, recognized the need for systematic magical education during a time when Japanese society was absorbing significant cultural and technological influences from mainland Asia. Fearing that traditional Japanese magical practices might be lost amid these changes, Hoshikawa established a small academy where young witches and wizards could learn both indigenous Japanese magic and techniques from other magical traditions. The original school was considerably more modest than the Jade Palace that stands today. Hoshikawa's first students gathered in a simple wooden structure, protected by powerful concealment charms, on what was then an uninhabited volcanic island. The remote location served multiple purposes, offering protection from potential Mughal discovery, providing access to rare magical plants and creatures that thrived in the volcanic environment, and creating a setting free from distractions where students could focus entirely on their magical development. Perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Mahoutokoro's educational approach, both historically and in the present day, is its unique attendance model. Unlike other major wizarding schools where students typically begin their education around age 11, Mahoutokoro accepts students from a much younger age, sometimes as young as 7. These youngest students do not board at the school, but instead are transported daily via enchanted cherry wood boats that skim the surface of the sea like elegant water birds, collecting children from various points along the Japanese coast each morning and returning them home each evening. As you might imagine yourself standing on a misty Japanese shore before dawn, waiting for the graceful approach of these magical vessels, consider how this early introduction to formal magical education shapes the development of young Japanese witches and wizards. Children learn to balance magical studies with continued participation in their families and local communities, maintaining connections to both magical and non-magical aspects of Japanese culture during their formative years. Only at age 11 do Mahoutokoro students begin to reside at the school full-time, taking up residence in dormitories designed with characteristic Japanese attention to simplicity and harmony with the natural environment. Living quarters are organized not by personality traits or arbitrary divisions, but by areas of magical specialization selected by students as they advance in their studies. The curriculum at Mahoutokoro encompasses a broader range of magical disciplines than many Western schools, reflecting Japanese magical tradition's holistic approach to magical education. Beyond the core subjects familiar to Hogwarts students, transfiguration, charms, potions, and magical defense, Mahoutokoro places significant emphasis on disciplines rarely taught in European institutions. One such area is on Mindo, an ancient Japanese magical tradition combining elements of natural philosophy, astronomy, and divination. Students learn to harmonize opposing magical forces, understand the influence of celestial bodies on different types of magic, and develop protective enchantments based on directional energy flows. These techniques, while superficially resembling certain aspects of Western magical theory, operate on fundamentally different principles and often achieve results unreplicable by European magical methods. Another distinctive subject is magical calligraphy, where students learn to imbue written characters with specific magical properties. Unlike the Latin-based incantations used in Western spellcasting, Japanese magical calligraphy creates effects through precisely drawn characters whose form, stroke order, and even the emotional state of the calligrapher determine the resulting magic. Advanced practitioners can trigger complex enchantments with a single perfectly executed character, achieving effects that would require elaborate wand work and multiple spells for wizards trained in European traditions. The relationship between students and their wands also differs significantly at Mahoutokoro. While European wand lore emphasizes the wand choosing the wizard in a single definitive selection, Japanese magical tradition views the relationship between witch or wizard and wand as developmental. Young students typically begin with simpler wands made from cherry or cypress, gradually progressing to more complex and powerful instruments as their magical abilities mature. This progression is reflected in perhaps the most famous aspect of Mahoutokoro's educational tradition, the color-changing robes worn by all students. Upon entering the school, each child receives a robe that adjusts in size as they grow. Initially a soft pink color, these enchanted garments gradually shift in hue as the student's magical knowledge and skill increase. The progression typically moves through various shades, pink to green to blue to purple, with the most accomplished students eventually wearing robes of shimmering gold. Imagine the gentle pressure this visible representation of progress places on students. Your magical development is not merely recorded in grades or teacher assessments, but manifested in the very clothing you wear each day. This transparency serves as both motivation and potential source of anxiety, pushing students to dedicate themselves fully to their studies, while sometimes creating intense competition among peers. The golden robes represent not merely academic achievement, but a holistic assessment of magical development, ethical understanding, and contribution to the school community. Historical records indicate that in some years, not a single student achieves gold status, while in others, several might reach this distinguished level. The enchantment on the robes is famously impossible to manipulate or deceive. No shortcuts or clever tricks can artificially advance their color progression. While this focus on visible achievement might seem potentially divisive, Mahoutokoro balances individual advancement with strong emphasis on collective harmony. Students are frequently engaged in group projects requiring cooperation between those at different stages of development, with older students expected to guide and support younger ones as part of their own magical maturation. The natural environment surrounding Mahoutokoro plays a crucial role in its educational approach. The volcanic island offers unique magical resources, certain potions ingredients that thrive only in volcanic soil, thermal vents that create perfect conditions for observing elemental magic interactions, and natural formations that amplify specific types of divinatory magic. Students learn to work with these environmental features rather than attempting to control or modify them, reflecting a core principle of East Asian magical philosophy regarding harmony with natural forces. The seas surrounding the island host various magical aquatic species studied in Mahoutokoro's renowned magical marine biology courses. Most famous among these are the storm kujira, massive whale-like creatures capable of controlling weather patterns. Advanced students learn to communicate with these beings through a combination of specialized magic and ceremonial offerings, occasionally receiving their assistance with complex weather-related magic that would be impossible for human wizards to perform independently. Mahoutokoro's relatively small size, with typically fewer than 200 students in attendance, allows for an educational approach focused on individual mentorship. Each student works closely with faculty members who guide their development in chosen specialization areas. These relationships often continue long after graduation, with former students returning to consult their mentors throughout their magical careers. The faculty themselves represent the elite of Japanese magical society. Unlike Hogwarts, where teaching positions occasionally remain unfilled or are awarded to less than qualified candidates due to limited applicant pools, positions at Mahoutokoro are among the most coveted in the magical world. Competition for teaching appointments is extraordinarily intense, with candidates expected to demonstrate not only mastery of their magical discipline, but also exceptional character and dedication to educational principles. Particularly notable among Mahoutokoro's faculty traditions is the position of headmaster or headmistress, which is traditionally filled not through application or appointment, but through a mysterious selection process involving the palace itself. When a leadership transition becomes necessary, the jade walls of the palace are said to glow with increasing intensity until focusing a beam of light upon the chosen successor. This individual, sometimes a current faculty member, sometimes an accomplished former student engaged in work elsewhere, is then expected to accept the role, regardless of personal circumstances. Historical records indicate that no one selected by this process has ever refused the position, though some have accepted with considerable reluctance. The relationship between Mahoutokoro and the wider Japanese wizarding community remains uniquely integrated compared to other magical schools. While European institutions like Hogwarts operate largely separately from their respective ministries, with certain educational achievements at the school directly qualifying graduates for government positions without additional certification. This close relationship occasionally creates tension regarding educational autonomy, particularly during periods when the magical diet adopts more interventionist policies. Historical records describe several instances where the school's leadership resisted governmental attempts to modify curriculum or admission standards, asserting the founder's vision of educational independence. International relations form another significant aspect of Mahoutokoro's modern identity. While traditionally focused primarily on Japanese students, recent decades have seen increasing numbers of students from other East Asian magical communities attending the school. This internationalization has introduced new perspectives while creating occasional cultural friction, particularly regarding different magical traditions and their relative emphasis within the curriculum. Mahoutokoro's reputation for excellence in certain magical disciplines, particularly potions and astronomy, has also led to the development of exchange programs with other magical schools worldwide. Hogwarts students occasionally spend a term studying at the Japanese school, though they typically find the academic intensity and disciplinary expectations considerably more demanding than their Scottish educational experience. The school's most renowned international exposure comes through Quidditch, where Mahoutokoro's team has achieved legendary status, despite the school's small size. The Japanese school has dominated the Asian Quidditch circuit for centuries, with their characteristic beach brooms renowned for unmatched maneuverability. Their flying techniques, emphasizing precision and coordination over raw speed or power, have influenced professional teams worldwide and earned Mahoutokoro graduates positions on numerous national teams. As our exploration of this fascinating institution draws to a close, imagine once more the Jade Palace perched upon its volcanic peak, windows glowing with warm light as students in robes of varying colors move through its corridors. From the youngest day students practicing their first simple charms to gold-robed seniors, performing complex magical calligraphy. Each represents a different stage in a magical educational tradition that has endured for over 13 centuries. The gentle firelight before us dims slightly, perhaps mimicking the setting sun that now touches the western edge of Mahoutokoro's jade walls halfway around the world. As you drift toward dreams, consider how our magical abilities might be shaped differently by the educational traditions we encounter. What colors might your own magical development have manifested in those enchanted robes? And what ancient wisdom from distant magical traditions might complement or transform the spells and potions most familiar to your own understanding of the wizarding world? Chapter 11. The Creation of a Howler. The soft glow of our hearth seems to intensify momentarily, as if responding to the very subject of tonight's tale. The flickering light casts dancing shadows that might remind one of the flapping edges of a particular type of magical correspondence, the dreaded scarlet envelope that has struck fear into the hearts of misbehaving wizards and witches for generations. Tonight, we delve into the fascinating origin, complex enchantment process, and cultural significance of that most embarrassing form of magical communication, the Howler. Most wizards and witches first encounter howlers during their school days, often witnessing a mortified classmate receive the screaming red envelope during breakfast in the Great Hall. The public nature of the howler's delivery and its impossibility to silence once opened have made it an especially effective parental disciplinary tool throughout wizarding history. Yet behind this seemingly straightforward magical object lies a surprisingly complex development process and rich cultural evolution. The howler's origins date back to the early 17th century, emerging during a period of significant advancement in magical communications. Before this time, wizarding correspondence relied primarily on owl-delivered letters containing, at most, simple charms to ensure privacy or verify the sender's identity. As with many magical innovations, the howler arose from necessity, specifically the need for more emphatic long-distance communication during a time of particular social upheaval. The creator of the first howler was Madame Hortensia Vladinoff, a formidable Russian witch renowned for both her magical skill and her exceptionally forceful personality. As the story goes, Madame Vladinoff's son had taken a position at the newly formed Russian Ministry of Magic, where his liberal views regarding integration with the Muggle world were causing considerable controversy. Unable to travel to Moscow during a particularly harsh winter to express her displeasure in person, but unwilling to trust her strongly worded sentiments to a conventional letter, Vladinoff devised an enchantment that would carry not just her words, but the full force of her emotional delivery across the distance. The results exceeded even her expectations. According to witnesses in the ministry offices that day, the red envelope her son reluctantly opened unleashed not merely his mother's words, but her voice at full volume, magnified to echo through the entire department. The forceful tirade about family honor and wizarding tradition reportedly continued for nearly 3 minutes before the letter burst into flames, leaving behind only ashes and a thoroughly humiliated recipient. Word of this remarkable magical communication spread quickly through international wizarding circles. Within a decade, variations of Vladinoff's original enchantment had appeared in magical communities across Europe, with the distinctive red envelope becoming standardized as a warning of the explosive contents within. By the early 18th century, the name Howler had been firmly established in British wizarding vernacular, reflecting the most common emotional tone these messages conveyed. The creation of a howler involves a fascinating combination of charms work, transfiguration, and the often overlooked branch of magic dealing with sound manipulation. To truly understand this process, imagine yourself seated at a writing desk, preparing to send a particularly emphatic message to someone who has severely tested your patience. The process begins with the paper itself. While ordinary howlers available in wizarding stationery shops come pre-enchanted, requiring only the sender's message and activation charm, traditionally crafted howlers start with special parchment treated with a potion containing, among other ingredients, powdered bicorn horn and essence of scarlet ginger root. This preparation makes the paper receptive to the voice capturing and amplifying enchantments that follow. Once the parchment has been properly treated, it must be transfigured into its characteristic scarlet color, not merely dyed or stained, but magically infused with the color in a process that binds the subsequent enchantments to the physical material. This step requires precise wandwork and visualization, as the intensity of the resulting red hue directly influences the howler's volume capacity. A properly prepared howler parchment practically glows with a deep, vibrant scarlet that seems almost alive in quality. The most complex aspect of howler creation involves the sound-capturing enchantment. Unlike Muggle recording devices that simply store and reproduce sounds mechanically, the howler's magic captures not just the auditory components of the sender's voice, but the emotional resonance behind the words. This requires the caster to maintain a specific emotional state while performing the incantation, typically genuine anger or extreme displeasure, though skilled enchanters can create howlers expressing other intense emotions, like uncontainable excitement or overwhelming relief. While reciting the incantation, a modified version of the sonorous charm combined with elements of memory-preserving spells, the sender must simultaneously speak the message intended for the recipient. This dual vocalization, magical words interwoven with personal message, creates a magical imprint that preserves both content and emotional delivery. The wandwork during this phase typically involves a tight spiral motion, followed by a sharp jab, symbolically sealing the voice within the parchment. The final stage involves setting the activation parameters and self-destruction sequence. Standard howlers are enchanted to activate immediately upon opening, though specialized variations can be created with delayed activation or specific trigger conditions. The self-destruction component, the howler's characteristic burst into flames after delivering its message, serves both practical and psychological purposes, eliminating the physical evidence while emphasizing the finality of the sender's statement. For those less skilled in complex charm work, pre-enchanted howler kits became commercially available beginning in the late 19th century, initially marketed by Screecher & Sons Magical Messagery as voice-amplifying correspondence for the justifiably indignant. These kits simplified the process considerably, requiring only that the sender speak their message while touching their wand to the special parchment. The standardization of commercial howlers led to certain limitations, most notably a maximum message duration of approximately 2 minutes before self-destruction, but made this form of magical communication accessible to the average witch or wizard. The cultural impact of howlers on wizarding society extends far beyond their practical communication function. As a recognized symbol of public reprimand, the mere appearance of a scarlet envelope at breakfast can cause preemptive embarrassment before the message itself is even delivered. This anticipatory mortification is so well established that some particularly cunning parents have been known to occasionally send ordinary letters in red envelopes, achieving disciplinary effects through mere implication. Regional variations in howler traditions reflect broader cultural differences in expressing displeasure. British howlers typically maintain a certain restraint despite their volume, often beginning with formal address before escalating to more heated language. French magical families traditionally incorporate more elaborate vocabulary and metaphorical expressions in their howlers, sometimes causing them to run longer than the standard enchantment can maintain, resulting in the message cutting off mid-tirade. American wizarding communities developed a variation called growlers that deliver their messages at normal volume until specific trigger words cause sudden volume spikes for particular emphasis. Perhaps the most interesting cultural development surrounding howlers involves their evolution beyond purely disciplinary purposes. By the mid-20th century, innovative uses began to emerge. Particularly enthusiastic Quidditch fans discovered that modified howlers could be sent to favorite players after spectacular wins, delivering raucous cheers and congratulations rather than scolding. Romantic howlers, sometimes called passionate parchments or love loudly letters, became briefly fashionable among young witches and wizards in the 1960s, though the public nature of howler delivery often led to unintended embarrassment when intimate sentiments were broadcast throughout the recipient's environment. Within Hogwarts, the receipt of a Howler has long served as a form of social theater, a moment when individual family dynamics become briefly, unavoidably public. School records indicate that Howler frequency tends to spike predictably after certain events. The distribution of term grades, major Quidditch matches, particularly Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and Halloween, when dormitory pranks sometimes exceed acceptable boundaries. The faculty relationship with Howlers remains complex. While officially maintaining that parent-student communication falls outside school jurisdiction, professors have been known to strategically delay morning mail delivery until after they have exited the Great Hall, avoiding the inevitable disruption that accompanies a particularly vociferous Howler. Headmaster Armando Dippet, 1925–1956, reportedly attempted to institute a Howler repository where such correspondence could be opened privately, but abandoned the effort after the enchanted scarlet envelopes began launching themselves forcibly from the container to find their intended recipients. From a magical theory perspective, Howlers represent an interesting case study in emotion-imbued enchantments. Unlike most magical communication, which emphasizes clarity and precision, Howlers intentionally preserve and amplify emotional content, prioritizing the effective impact over informational transmission. This quality places them in the same magical category as Patronus messages and certain forms of magical music, where emotional resonance forms an essential component of the magic itself. Advances in magical communications have periodically led to predictions of the Howler's obsolescence. The development of flu calling in the late 19th century offered immediate face-to-face communication, while enchanted two-way mirrors provided private real-time conversation capability. Yet the Howler has persisted, perhaps because its public nature and unavoidable delivery fulfill a specific social function that more private communication methods cannot replace. Modern variations on the traditional Howler continue to emerge from innovative magical products companies. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes briefly marketed whisper Howlers that delivered their messages in unnervingly intense whispers rather than shouts, described in their catalog as twice as effective with half the noise. The Japanese magical market offers Hanami Howlers that transform into swirling cherry blossoms after delivering their messages, providing a visually beautiful but still attention-capturing alternative to the traditional flame destruction. For recipients, strategies for minimizing Howler embarrassment have evolved over generations. The most effective approach remains opening the envelope immediately and privately, as Howlers left unopened eventually shout their messages with even greater volume and typically explode with more dramatic flair. Some particularly skilled wizards have developed specialized muffling charms designed specifically to reduce Howler volume, though these rarely eliminate the message entirely and can sometimes cause the enchanted letter to prolong its tirade in response to the interference. As our evening's exploration of this peculiar magical communication method draws to a close, the firelight seems to return to its normal gentle flicker, no longer reminiscent of the Howler's dramatic final conflagration. Consider, as sleep begins to approach, the curious duality of this magical creation, how a simple enchanted piece of parchment can simultaneously represent parental concern, social embarrassment, cultural traditions, and magical innovation. In what ways might our own communications carry unintended emotional resonances beyond their mere words? And what would it mean if our most heated expressions remained literally hanging in the air long after we had spoken them? Chapter 12. The opening of Ollivanders' wand shop. The fire has burned low now, casting a warm amber glow across our room as we prepare to conclude tonight's journey through wizarding history. For our final exploration, let us turn to perhaps the most significant moment in any young witch or wizard's life: the acquisition of their first wand, and the establishment of the venerable institution that has facilitated this magical milestone for countless generations, Ollivanders' Wand Shop. Few establishments in the wizarding world can claim the extraordinary longevity proudly displayed on the shop's sign. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 B. Tonight, we shall peel back the centuries to explore how this remarkable family business began, the wand-making traditions it established, and how its founding forever transformed the practice of magic in the British Isles. Long before Diagon existed in its current form, before Gringotts marble columns rose or flourish and blots stocked its first bookshelf, a young Roman wizard of Greek ancestry arrived on Britain's shores, carrying with him specialized knowledge that would revolutionize magical practice in this distant corner of the ancient world. Ollivander, whose given name has been lost to history, with only the family name surviving in records, had studied wand lore under the greatest magical practitioners of the Mediterranean, developing techniques that would form the foundation of British wand-making for millennia to come. The Britain that greeted young Ollivander was vastly different from the organized magical society we know today. Local magical practitioners primarily worked with staffs rather than wands, often incorporating objects of personal significance, animal bones, special stones, or wood from trees struck by lightning into crude focusing tools for their innate magical abilities. While effective for simple spells, these individualized instruments lacked the precision and versatility that a properly crafted wand could provide. Ollivander established his first workshop not in London, which was then merely a small settlement, but near what modern Muggles would know as Stonehenge, a location already ancient in Ollivander's time and humming with magical energy. Historical evidence suggests that the wandmaker recognized the site's unique properties for magical craft work, particularly during certain astronomical alignments, when the boundary between magical and mundane reality grew especially thin. Imagine this first humble workshop, a simple stone structure with a thatched roof, its interior filled with carefully arranged wood samples, workbenches covered with specialized tools, and shelves holding jars of potential magical cores, from phoenix feathers brought from Ollivander's Mediterranean homeland to locally sourced dragon heartstrings from the Welsh Greens that then roamed more extensively throughout Britain. The initial reception to Ollivander's craft was mixed among local magical practitioners. Some embraced the superior focusing power of his specialized wands, while others viewed the standardized tools with suspicion, preferring their traditional personalized magical implements. What gradually one converts to Ollivander's methods was the undeniable precision his wands offered. Spells that had previously required extensive ritual preparation could be performed with a simple movement and incantation when channeled through one of his expertly crafted instruments. The fundamental wand-making principles established by the first Ollivander remain largely unchanged to this day. He pioneered the use of three primary core materials: phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, and unicorn hair, discovering that these substances possessed exceptional magical conductivity when properly paired with compatible woods. His meticulous records documented how different combinations produced wands with distinctive magical personalities and affinities, laying the groundwork for the sophisticated matching process still employed by his descendants. Perhaps most revolutionary was Ollivander's insight that the wand itself should play an active role in selecting its wielder, that the complex magical object contained a form of preference or consciousness that would respond to compatible magical signatures. "The wand chooses the wizard" became not merely a family motto, but a fundamental principle of wand lore that distinguished Ollivanders from less sophisticated wand-makers who treated their creations as mere tools rather than quasi-sentient magical partners. As Ollivander's reputation grew, magical practitioners traveled from increasingly distant regions to acquire his superior wands. Within his lifetime, the original wandmaker had trained several of his children in the craft, establishing the family tradition that would continue unbroken for centuries. When Ollivander eventually passed away, his descendants continued his work, gradually refining techniques and expanding their knowledge of wand lore while maintaining scrupulous records of every wand sold and its subsequent performance. The shop's relocation to what would eventually become Diagon Alley occurred around 500 CE, as Britain's magical community began concentrating more heavily in areas that would develop into permanent wizarding settlements. The original Ollivander location near Stowe, Nehenge, was maintained as a family retreat and research facility for several more centuries before finally being abandoned during the increasingly strict implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy, which made the site's proximity to a major Muggle landmark problematic. The Diagon alley shop that has served as Ollivanders' home for the past 15 centuries was constructed with specific magical properties in mind. The narrow building with its towering ceiling accommodates the thousands of boxed wands awaiting their proper owners. The shop's distinctive magical atmosphere, that tingling sense of latent power that many young witches and wizards recall from their first visit, results from centuries of accumulated magical energy from countless wands that have temporarily resided within its walls. Throughout its long history, Ollivanders has maintained certain business practices that set it apart from ordinary commercial establishments. Most notably, the shop has never expanded beyond its single location, despite opportunities to establish branches in Hogsmeade or other wizarding communities. This deliberate limitation reflects the family's insistence that each Ollivander wandmaker personally oversee every wand pairing, ensuring the quality and appropriateness of each match. The training of an Ollivander wandmaker has traditionally begun in early childhood, with family members learning to recognize different wood types by touch and scent before they can even read. By adolescence, apprentice wandmakers begin working with the easier aspects of construction, preparing wood blanks, sorting core materials, and assisting with basic enchantments. The full secrets of wand making, particularly the proprietary spells that bind core to wood and establish a wand's magical properties, are typically shared only when the apprentice reaches adulthood and demonstrates both the necessary skill and the appropriate respect for wand lore traditions. Record-keeping has always formed a central pillar of the Ollivander approach to wand making. Every wand created in the shop's long history has been documented in the family's extensive archives, with detailed notes on materials, dimensions, flexibility, and particular magical affinities. Even more impressive, the shop maintains records of every sale, creating an unparalleled historical database of which wands selected which wizards over centuries of magical history. These meticulous records have occasionally proven valuable beyond their commercial purpose. During certain historical periods, particularly the Goblin rebellions and both wizarding wars, ministry authorities have sought information from Ollivander's archives to track individual wizards through their wands. The family has traditionally maintained a policy of qualified cooperation in such matters, providing information when legally required, but generally protecting customer privacy when possible. While Ollivander's prominence in British wand-making has remained unchallenged throughout its history, the shop has not operated without competition. Various rival wand-makers have established businesses over the centuries, each with their own approaches and specialties. Jimmeriggle's Wands, which operated in Horizont Alley from 1632 to 1789, specialized in wands for left-handed wizards. Wolf's Wandcraft, established in the early 1900s, experimented with alternative core materials before closing during the economic turbulence following the First Wizarding War. None of these competitors, however, achieved either the longevity or reputation of Ollivanders, whose wand-making philosophy has consistently produced instruments of superior magical capability. The shop's position as the premier supplier of wands to Hogwarts students has remained uncontested for centuries, with generations of young witches and wizards experiencing the peculiar combination of nervous excitement and reverent awe upon entering the dusty shop for their fitting. The fitting process itself, that magical moment when a young witch or wizard finds their perfect wand, represents the culmination of Ollivander's wand-making philosophy. Unlike some international wand-makers who interview customers extensively before presenting potential matches, the Ollivander approach relies primarily on magical resonance detected through careful observation and generations of accumulated experience. Imagine yourself as an 11-year-old entering the shop for the first time. The narrow space seems to stretch impossibly far back, with thousands of slim boxes stacked from floor to ceiling on shelves that disappear into shadow. The air feels charged with potential, a subtle vibration of dormant magic waiting to be awakened. Mr. Ollivander emerges quietly from between the stacks, those silvery eyes seeming to look through rather than at you, assessing your magical signature in ways you don't yet understand. The measuring tape that springs to life and records various seemingly arbitrary dimensions. The distance between your nostrils from elbow to wrist, from knee to armpit, is gathering information not about your physical form, but about your magical proportions, dimensions that exist beyond ordinary perception. Boxes begin to emerge from the shelves, and wands are cautiously placed in your hand. You experience the strange process of elimination that will eventually lead to that perfect magical connection. A shower of golden sparks, a sudden rush of warm air, or perhaps just a quiet certainty that tells both you and the wandmaker that the proper match has been found. Throughout its long history, Ollivanders has maintained certain traditions regarding wand materials and their properties. Oak wands have traditionally gone to wizards of strength and courage, while willow tends to select those with untapped potential. Dragon heartstring produces wands of considerable power, but sometimes questionable loyalty, while unicorn hair creates more consistent instruments resistant to the dark arts. These associations, refined through thousands of observed pairings over centuries, inform the wandmaker's selections during the fitting process. The relationship between Ollivanders and its suppliers constitutes another fascinating aspect of the business's long history. Phoenix feathers, the rarest of core materials, come from birds with whom the family has maintained relationships spanning multiple human lifetimes. Dragon heartstrings are sourced through carefully negotiated arrangements with dragon reserves, while unicorn hair is collected only from living unicorns who provide it willingly, typically in exchange for healing services or protection of their preferred forest territories. Wood for wand-making undergoes an equally selective procurement process. Each tree species must be harvested at specific times, certain woods during particular moon phases, others on significant magical dates like the equinox or solstice. After collection, the wood seasons for periods ranging from several months to several decades before being deemed suitable for transformation into wands. Throughout this process, the materials are stored in magically protected environments that preserve their natural properties while enhancing their magical receptivity. The actual crafting of wands combines physical skill with sophisticated magical knowledge. Each wand begins as a carefully selected piece of wood, cut to approximate length and diameter. Through a series of proprietary spells and precise wand work, the wandmaker hollows a channel for the core material, which must be inserted with specific magical bindings to ensure proper integration with the wood. The final shaping and polishing incorporates additional enchantments that stabilize the wand's magical properties and establish its basic temperament. The Ollivander family's dedication to their craft has occasionally come at considerable personal cost. During periods of magical conflict, particularly the global wizarding war and both Voldemort's reigns of terror, the shop's extensive records and the wandmaker's specialized knowledge made them targets for those seeking to control or manipulate wand distribution. Most notably, Garrick Ollivander's abduction by Death Eaters during the Second Wizarding War represented not merely an attack on an individual, but an attempt to subvert the very tradition of independent wand-making that had served British magical society for over 2 millennia. In quieter times, Ollivanders has served as more than merely a commercial establishment. The shop functions as a living archive of British wizarding history, with each wand sale representing the beginning of a magical journey that might lead anywhere from the Hogwarts headmaster's office to Azkaban prison. The wand makers themselves, with their extraordinary memories and detailed knowledge of every wand they've sold, provide a form of continuity in a magical community that has experienced significant upheaval throughout its history. Consider the profound significance of Ollivander's founding and continued operation. How this single-family business, established before the Roman conquest of Britain, has shaped magical practice more fundamentally than perhaps any other institution. Without standardized, expertly crafted wands, Modern spellcasting as we understand it could not exist. The precision, reliability, and magical amplification provided by Ollivanders' wands transformed magic from an unpredictable art to a refined discipline, enabling the development of the structured magical education and consistent spell methodologies that characterize contemporary wizarding society. As our fire dims to embers and the night deepens around us, imagine the countless wand boxes in that ancient shop, each containing an instrument with the potential to channel extraordinary magic. Some will select young wizards destined for greatness. Others will choose those whose magical journeys will unfold in quieter ways. Yet each represents the continuation of a tradition begun when a young Greek-Roman wandmaker established his first workshop in ancient Britain, forever changing how magic would be practiced in this corner of the wizarding world. What magic might be waiting for you, bound in wood and core, nestled in a dusty box on those towering shelves? And how might your own potential unfold, given the perfect instrument through which to channel it? As sleep approaches, consider how the seemingly simple moment of wand selection represents one of life's most profound transitions, the point at which latent possibility begins its transformation into realized magical identity.